The regular meeting of the City Commission meeting for Tuesday, June 27th, 2023 will come to order. Please silence your cell phones. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Cleveland.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner Martin.
Here.
Commissioner McGurk.
Here.
Commissioner Perrine. Here. Thank you.
And now Police Department Chaplain Sheila Turner will give the invocation. Please rise and remain standing for the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance by Director Chris Edwards.
Please bow our heads and hearts unto the Lord. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening. We thank you for allowing us to come together one more time to make decisions, concrete decisions for our city, New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Welcome to the business meeting of your city. We're delighted you're here. We have a full agenda tonight. We'll begin with the approval of the agenda. Mr. City Manager, are there any changes to the published agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to make it even fuller. So we're adding 3 items. 7U, and that is to consider the approval of an agreement amendment for the restoration and the stabilization of the Old Fort Wall and accompanying restrictive covenants. Item 7V, as in Victor, consider the approval of an agreement amendment for the City of New Smyrna Beach Women's Club restoration and stabilization. Item 7W, consider the approval of a temporary bridging lease agreement for the 5th Street Bridge. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We're going to move on to announcements, presentations, and recognition. We're going to do a proclamation tonight recognizing July as National Parks and Recreation Month. At this time, I'd like to invite our Leisure Services Director, Rob Salazar, to come down to the podium with his crowd and the commission to join me at the podium in front. Test. Hi, kids. Thanks for coming. This is a big day. The City of New Smyrna Beach has got a proclamation designating July as National Parks and Recreation Month, whereas the park and recreation is an integral part to a community throughout the country, including the City of New Smyrna Beach, and whereas parks and recreation promote health, wellness, improving physical and mental health of people who live near the parks. And whereas parks and recreation encourage physical activity by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas parks and recreation programming and educational activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development, and whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas Park and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change, and whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure ecological beauty to our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the City of New Smyrna Beach recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources and urges all citizens to join me in the special observance of appropriate events and commemorations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Fred Cleveland, do hereby designate the month of July as National Parks and Recreation Month. In witness hereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of New Smyrna Beach to be affixed this 27th day of June 2023, and I signed it as your mayor. Vice Mayor, would you make the presentation, sir? At this time, I would like to invite Ms. Bliss Jameson from the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing and Technology Coalition to the podium to outline a presentation. With an intro from Director Edwards.
I'm not Bliss, Mr. Mayor. Tonight it is my extreme pleasure, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, to provide you a presentation tonight with my colleagues here. Bliss Jameson, obviously, president of our Southeast Volusia Manufacturing Technology Coalition, and of course, Sam Bergeron, the Economic Development Director, CRA Director, and Parks and Recreation Director for City of Edgewater. And so we're very glad tonight, and also in our, for the City of Oak Hill as well, and Mike Armand, the Economic Development Director, as well as our board members, Sarah Doherty, Doherty Manufacturing, Solace Boats, Team Volusia, who is here tonight, Tawan Arrington, who's representing them tonight. It is our pleasure to present to you. Just to cue this up really briefly, one of the things that we are very focused and concentrated on as a coalition is advancing New Smyrna Beach and Edgewater and Oak Hill as a one region. We are more than just the beach. We do mean business, and I put together a promotional video, if you may have seen it on our YouTube channel, that did just that, to highlight our importance of telling our story. We think it's great, but we want everybody else to know it's great. And we want to do just what we said we wanted to do in our strategic planning process, and that's diversify our tax base, create high-wage jobs, and stir that kind of capital investment that leads to a stronger, more prosperous region. And so with all of the recent activities and our friends, obviously, with the Chamber, and of course with the summit, and then of course our presentation on the action plan, and all of the marketing efforts to date, would like to take the time to show you a very quick and informative and insightful video.
Imagine a place that combines the lifestyle of coastal Florida with the space and tools to support new industries and businesses. It's here in Southeast Volusia County, Florida, the launch pad for your aerospace business.
So Southeast Volusia is probably one of the hidden gems in our region as far as attracting businesses.
I think a lot of business owners would be surprised about how much technology and manufacturing and industry is going on in Southeast Volusia. There's high-tech companies, composites, aerospace. You still have the great beaches and the great outdoor activities that people love, but there's also a huge influx of technology and manufacturing in the past several years that are really growing the business community.
You can look at the infrastructure, and certainly we have that here. You can look at access to qualified workforce, and we have that here. Those are the tangibles that you can certainly check all the boxes, and we check all the boxes.
Southeast Volusia County is home to growing, vibrant communities, 2 major interstate systems, an international airport, and access to seaports and the major metropolitan cities of Orlando and Jacksonville. Our area is also the very heart of America's technology triangle, with Kennedy Space Center to the south and Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University to the north. Aerospace, aviation, advanced technologies. The future begins right here.
Students that come to Embry-Riddle have a passion for aviation and aerospace, and they come here because they want to get a deep education in those areas and then go to work for the top aircraft manufacturers, airlines, and aerospace companies.
Embry-Riddle has, they have a great reputation, not just locally, but nationally, globally. They've always been known for management and ops and things of that nature, but they're making a conscientious effort to broaden their research capability into the commercial space arena.
So we're connected to Cape Canaveral in the south and Orlando in the west. There's a lot of supply chain industry that is building up in this area to support the launches that happen down there.
Companies have already invested more than $250 million to bring their high-tech companies to the area.
Both the county and the municipalities have taken steps to make things ready for development. There's a large area of industrial property, there's commercial space. They're ready to go. So if you're looking for vacant, if you're looking for a manufacturing or warehouse, there is space available.
Southeast Volusia has the largest contiguous industrial area in the county. Governments and businesses are working hand in hand to expedite permits and get your business moving.
We have developed an aviation aerospace overlay zone here. We are doing what we can to speed up the process because we understand it's not just shovel ready, it's got to be permit ready too.
Southeast Volusia has a strong workforce pipeline with top-ranked schools and colleges, vocational and STEM programs. Southeast Volusia is ready to work.
This lab is a great example of something that's unique. Right here in Southeast Volusia, this lab was created to meet the workforce needs, not only the existing workforce needs, but the emerging workforce needs. There is an infrastructure here, there is an ecosystem that exists right now today that's ready to meet that need.
Excellent schools and year-round activities also make it a perfect place for raising a family.
I've got three children, 10, 8, and 4 years old. We've chosen to raise them right here in Southeast Volusia. I think there's no better place to raise a family, and I could literally work and raise my family anywhere in America, and I've chosen to stay right here.
Here in Florida, we have a unique capability. We have a unique lifestyle. Being able to actually live here, work here, play here, and watch your rocket and payload launch really gives us a unique capability. We're where we need to be to compete. In Volusia County, what they've done there, they're in a position to bring home the bacon.
Industry, education, workforce, economy, and lifestyle. All reasons Southeast Volusia is the launch pad for your aerospace business.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Samantha Bergeron. My address is 2489 Timberview Drive, New Smyrna Beach, and I'm also the Economic Development Practitioner for City of Edgewater. Been here from the beginning. We had great beginnings, and as all 3 cities were working on our economic development strategy in 2015, and we went through our SWOT analysis, we noticed that we had some commonalities. We had a lot of weaknesses and threats, but then when we looked at our community as one region, all 3 cities working together, oh my gosh, we've discovered that a lot of those weaknesses and threats went away. And that's when we decided in all 3 cities in our economic development strategies that we would actually write a goal in there to work together as one economic region to promote higher paying jobs and to bring those businesses here, to work with our partners that we already have and collaborate on a much higher level with the Team Volusia, the Chamber of Commerce, and many of our other collaborators. One of your New Smyrna Beach City Commissioners, Judy Riker, who was also the chair of economic development at that time, she was the one who really spearheaded. As a matter of fact, the city of New Smyrna Beach was the first one to pass their resolution in 2016 to work together and to collaborate together. So it all started here with you. Next slide. I just wanted to read to you our mission. It's basically to brand, market, and promote Southeast Volusia as an attractive place to do business with an emphasis on manufacturing, technology, and value-added industries. And we all work together countless days and hours and working with all of our commissioners and all of our economic development boards. We had a lot of joint meetings and came up with our vision of who do we want to be when we grow up. And we came up with our vision statement, which is Southeast Volusia is recognized globally as a competitive, business-friendly, economically strong community with a high quality of life. This is just a brief list of all the different things that Southeast Volusia Manufacturing Technology Coalition does. And we also had the Future of Space Symposium, where we had a speaker from Space Florida here at the Brandon Center who spoke and we talked about the lagoon, we talked about quality of life, we talked about space jobs and what does that mean for Southeast Volusia as a whole. And we also wanted to talk about Southeast Volusia Manufacturing and Technology Coalition is not just the cities working together, but it's also our business community collaborating with us. And on our board, we have a lot of private businesses that also contribute and assist and helped create the first workforce pipeline video, which we don't have time to show you this evening because of time constraints, but you can always go to our website and view those videos. We've also had some success with the career and job fairs. We've had about 4, and this is our website and address. Some of our first advertisements that we did were really promoting those commercial space jobs. More advertisements in Florida Trend, Site Selection Magazine, Livability, Evolve Magazine, and some of these magazines are also online. They're available so that they have a longer shelf life. So we're really trying to pick and choose and get the best bang for the buck, if you will. We also have social media campaigns on social media on Facebook and LinkedIn. We do also do a monthly email blast. It's a newsletter. It has a lot of great information about what's going on in Southeast Volusia, business announcements, and any kind of educational programs, workforce symposiums, and events. And these are just some of the numbers of our current list of recipients that do receive that, open rates, and so forth. We've worked very closely with Team Volusia, so kind of our whole purpose is to try to help put together a good marketing package so that when Team Volusia goes to a trade show or they're in front of a site selection group or they're in front of a business prospect, hey, Southeast Volusia comes first to mind. And so working with Team Volusia, these are some of the proposal numbers since 2019, working together with Team Volusia. And this is just a very brief list of some of the new businesses, expansion, announcements, and employment since 2016, working together with Southeast Volusia Manufacturing Technology Coalition and Team Volusia and our partnerships with the 3 cities and our businesses. More job numbers for you. This is a slide that we put together working with Team Volusia. There's a lot of factors that businesses have in their list of every different business model is different of what priority they put, what's more important for them. For example, when you talk to Wawa or some company like that, their business model is they want to be on a corner. But when you talk to manufacturing companies, some of them need a higher power need. Some of them have a higher water pressure need. We actually entertained a company that made solar panels, and they needed more water pressure than we could actually output from the water plant. So you learn a lot of information about these companies and their different business models and their different needs, but this is just a brief list of the different factors. We'd also asked for the numbers about employment inflow and outflow, and we were able to get these numbers from the county. And we have New Smyrna, Edgewater, and Oak Hill on these slides. Talking about our private business support, we held a fundraiser for creating those videos and different workforce symposiums, and we workforce development and also career education. We did a golf tournament, which was great fun last December. Also still working on building a lot of relationships, Embry-Riddle, FAME, Team Volusia, CO Business Alliance, Space Florida, Space Foundations, and many, many more. And just to reiterate again, I think I stole this picture off of Space Florida's, but you can see where we're located right smack in the middle of the tech triangle with Kennedy Space Center to the south, Embry-Riddle to the north, and MIT to the west. And again, just really to hit that home is that we continue to work together and partnership, collaboration, because we know that we are stronger working together. If you remember the Great Recession that began in 2008, that was something we all learned countywide, is that working independently and by ourselves, it's a lot harder to get businesses here, but when we're working together and collaborating as one economic region, we are truly stronger together. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Thank you, Chris.
Any questions?
Is there any member, that concludes your presentation? Thank you, guys. Member of the commission have questions?
Comment?
Yep, sure. Questions or comments?
Once again, I just want to commend you all for bringing this forward. As I've said many times, when you have done what you have done in the area of Southeast Volusia and identifying the strengths and weaknesses, the SWOT analysis, you know, what I always appreciated about it was very well done, and you guys didn't hold back. In other words, a lot of these other agencies and groups that don't want to hurt other people's feelings and identifying strengths and weaknesses, and I think that you guys hit it out of the park, and I've always been appreciative of how honest it is dealing with you all and how just upfront you are and what you can do and how you're going to do it. So again, thank you very much.
Any comments or questions from the commission? I have a couple. That video, as last time, Bliss, when you and Chris showed it to me, it was just off the charts. I think you guys have really hit that one out of the park. It hits both the emotional and the mechanical portions of the brain, so that people get excited about coming here. Can we go into a bit of the numbers? I loved the inflow and outflow slides. I think last time we were all together, we talked about the net. Do you do this presentation annually? Is this an annual update?
Yes, sir.
Has it been previously?
Yes.
Did you do it last year?
No.
No.
Year before that?
Yes.
Okay. Since the last time you were here, what's the net number of new businesses in the Southeast Volusia area?
So since 2021, we went back to that slide.
Yeah, and Bliss, put that microphone right down next to your mouth so we can hear you.
Go this one. Okay, 2021. So in 2021, we had interface welding, and then 2022, wire 3. Let's see, what year was that? Okay, we also had Project Yonder, which is Centavia. And then most recently, Space Coast Industrial Park at Parktown. And Space Coast Industrial is notable. That was the purchase of 83 acres in Parktown Industrial. That project is going to have a $50 million investment, and it's going to be 1 million square feet of industrial Class A space, Class A industrial space. So when you consider 1 million square feet of Class A industrial space, and then the jobs that will be there, you could estimate anywhere between 1,200 on the low side to 5,000. It depends on how much automation they have. But that's just the initial investment. And then there's all the tangible personal property that will be purchased as well, which is also adding to the tax base.
Right, right. Delighted with that. So would you say that since you did this last in 2021, eight companies have come to town?
Mm-hmm.
These 8 that you're listed here? Okay. And I see that 2 of them are from New Smyrna. You happen to be in the New Smyrna Chamber, and so I'm obviously selfish about what happens here in New Smyrna. So 2, net up 2 for New Smyrna. And I'm not sure, I think we went through this before about the number of jobs, and I love job creation as well. So I love your promotion, but at the end of the day, I want to see the result for the promotion. And 8 in 2 years doesn't feel good to me. It feels like slow. And so if there's something we can do to help, we have city manager and mayor's meetings bi-monthly. If there's something you need from any of the commission, we are anxious to help.
So are you
I don't think
asking-
I don't think 8 jobs in 2 years, or eight new businesses in 2 years is the growth pattern that would be that would sustain us into the future. I'm trying to change the tax base. I would love to take the pressure off the residents and add to that great businesses. And the ones you've brought are awesome. Just looking for more.
I understand that. Go ahead.
Mayor, but what you have to remember is that they're mainly in industrial manufacturing.
You bet.
So it's not counting all of the restaurants, the mom and pop stores, all of those other small things, the retail stores that are coming to town.
Got
So
it.
this is strictly.
This sector has added 8 businesses in the
Yeah.
last 2 years to Edgewater, New Smyrna, and Oak Hill, 2 of which we've got. Thank you. I appreciate that, and we are a tourist town for a large part, and I get that.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go right ahead, ma'am.
Sure. I'm just curious, like, when we look at the 100 planned jobs for Project Yonder, I mean, where do the workers come from? How are we generating the skilled workers to fill the jobs that are generated by these businesses? I'm just trying to figure out how this works together, the machine.
So in the employment inflow illustration you saw, Commissioner, basically that explains that you're going to have some come from Port Orange, some come from Edgewater, some come from Daytona Beach. We have people coming from DeLand and other places within the county, and then there are some that are commuting from Orlando, depending on the type of industry and the business that it is. For instance, Advent Health, I have to get the specific net numbers for you, but I do know that they have a lot of commuters from outside of our MSA that are commuting there. So that's an example of a targeted industry, the healthcare industry. But that's something that can be all over, and that's something that we track through Department of Labor. Department of Labor, usually through their special data analytics, they only produce it. They don't produce it in real time at times. They're using census data and other factors to kind of, calculate that number and produce it in a reportable format.
I guess I just assume, thank you. Go ahead. I was going to say, I assume that nobody is sitting around waiting for these businesses saying, oh, that business is now there, I have a job, I'll run over there, so that there would be competition for workers, or I believe there's a seesaw, if you will, between a business coming to town and wanting a workforce already there that they can use, right?
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing. When we started this back in 2015, one of the other major undertaking that we took on was working with our local schools and our educators. We have STEM schools in our area in Southeast Volusia. We have 5 colleges and universities in Volusia County alone. We have an amazing workforce development career source. We have Daytona State right here in Southeast Volusia, right on 10th Street. That is where we started working locally with building that pipeline for the future so that our kids can stay here, they can live here, they can work here, go to school here, and stay here and have a good value-added, high-paying job to take that tax burden off of our local existing businesses and residents. So that's huge, and that's been right along with all of what we've been developing of working together. But that pipeline is key because we got to keep our kids here, and we've got to have good paying jobs for them to stay and work.
Perfect, thank you.
And that is the video that we did not show because of time constraints. And we would really like to come back at another time and tell you more about the whole pipeline, educational pipeline sector, because we do have involvement with our local businesses. They made a video, and then they actually took it into the schools, and the Sarah Doherty and her workers and other manufacturers went into the schools. They talked about the opportunities within one business. And it's amazing how many, opportunities for different types of jobs are available. And these kids were not aware of the opportunities available. We also presented it at an awards night. So the parents gave out awards at New Smyrna Beach Middle School for 7th and 8th grade and played the program, or played the video for them. And it built awareness on all of the jobs that we have available here and the different career paths. Not everybody has to go to college, and there are certainly great certification programs and great careers out there that are available, and trying to introduce them to the students and the career paths to go there, which technical colleges they can go to, and what is available to them. So that is another whole component.
Yeah, I want to stress, my son's 8th grade awards program, I was very surprised to see them show up, give a presentation on it, give a presentation as to businesses in the community and how to follow through and follow up with internships, possible internships when they get into high school, and so on and so forth. So it was very impressive to see that. First time I've ever seen it.
Well, I understood that that was a very important component of the business, and I was glad you could showcase it.
Thank you.
I salute you for the effort. Do you have a comment?
I do.
Go ahead, Commissioner Perrine.
So we just attended recently another economic development meeting, and I was disappointed in seeing the New Smyrna Beach numbers compared to the other cities around us in new businesses. And I think our numbers here shown is from 2016, not the last 2 years. So the 8 companies, it's worse. It's 2016. So not the last 2 years. We have a lot of opportunities in our area that I feel we haven't tapped in. I'm a huge supporter of the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing and Technology. As you know, I came from economic development before I set up here. I don't feel like we've tapped into our airport buildings as much as we could. We have potential there for manufacturing and technology, as well as rezoning some of the Highway 1s. And, I encourage this group to really look into that. I don't like seeing only 1 or 2 from New Smyrna, 1 in the last 2 years, 3 years, 2 years. So anyway, I know you guys work hard. I've seen this project kick off since Judy Riker, but I also would like to see more. I'm in agreement with the mayor on this. I'm very disappointed in not seeing more of this. Our tax base is very lopsided.
And we understand that, and that is why we came together. No one city has it all. That is why we are all truly dependent on one another as one economic community. Each city had its weakness, and that was exhibited the other day at the summit with the V-Card presentation. It showed which city had strengths and which city had weaknesses. So the fact that we might not have brought but 1 or 2 to New Smyrna Beach, we brought them, and we had more in our whole economic community. The workers, they go back and forth. They work in New Smyrna Beach, they work in Edgewater. We were successful in getting them to look. That is our mission. Our mission is to promote and attract. So we bring them here. And what can you all do? Create more industrial land. Work on your zoning and infrastructures. And that was the decision makers. Because this is a team sport. It's all these different organizations. But once we get them here, we cannot control their criteria. We present everything that is available, and they land themselves where they fit, what we have for them. If we have the zoning, if we have the water pressure, if we have the broadband, whatever it is we need, they decide where they're going to land. And as she was saying, you know, we didn't have the PSI for the company that needed the extra water. Well, they went somewhere else. But bringing them here is our mission, and then it's the sites themselves and what is available. They choose where they want to be, and that is outside of our control.
Pardon me?
That is outside of our control.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you have control over that,
But
for
there's
sure.
all those decision factors. So once we get them here, and the ones that have come here, we work with them. There's a whole development team out there that works with them, engineers, land developers, attorneys, that help make everything come together.
Yeah. You brought up a point that I'd like to, when you go to slide 20, please. Since you brought it up, Bliss. If you look at slide 20, am I reading that right? The net effect has been a reduction of employment or an an increase in outflows to a net effect of a loss of 563 jobs? Am I reading that right?
No, sir. The net is 363. Not a best number, but it's 363.
363 is the net of reduction.
Net loss, yes,
So we
sir.
have so maybe they're going to Edgewater. Let's put up slide 21. Net loss in Edgewater is worse. So maybe they're going to Oak Hill. Let's put up the next slide. Net down. So the message we're trying to send is we admire your work. At the end of the day, are there more or less here than there was before? We would love you to continue your efforts. And if this doesn't work, if the net is always going to be down, then we got to do something different than we're doing today. And that may be part of your purview. It may be none of your purview. But that's the message. It was on a slide you presented. The picture doesn't look rosy to me. I would like to change that.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, if you
Yep.
let me add briefly, based on the presentation that you received at the end of February the 28th, the draft action plan that is corresponding to the regional strategic plan for the community. If you recall, 3 priority areas were focused, I recommended to the commission. The first was the area west of 95, the property near the rail line, and of course the airport, speaking to your point, Commissioner Perrine, on the airport being an economic engine. And we've launched promotional videos for that airport, and that's been cast statewide as well as across the country. And we will continue to do that because we know that getting things in front of these particular companies that we want to see land here on a repeated basis is going to be integral to them taking interest and taking note. Again, as I said earlier in the presentation, it's telling our story. And if we can convince them that this is a great place, because we all believe it, all of us in the room believe it is, we want to continue to try to make that case. And where those, as my colleagues allude to, where they fit, they will land. That's been proven across the country with any announcement that you've seen for jobs and capital investment. It's always about what fits and where they fit. So diversification of the tax base is our #1 priority.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your report. I appreciate your efforts. And now I'd like to have an update on the task force. We have the Tony will present the progress and an update to the commission at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, everybody. Your parking task force has met 6 times to date. At the first meeting, staff presented a big stack of information. A lot of that information was previously prepared staff reports with parcel maps of the Flagler and Canal Street areas, And city staff noted that the material included one parking supply usage survey. That was from a Friday and Saturday in May 2019. That particular weekend, or at least on those 2 days, there were no special events, it was not a holiday, and there was no accompanying beach access data. We've now had 6 task force meetings with 5 left to go. City staff prepares the agendas for the meetings and selects the topics to be discussed. Since the first meeting, city staff has arranged for 6 presentations to the task force on the Sunshine Law by the Assistant City Attorney, on city parking regulations by a city planner, parking enforcement by a member of the City Parking Enforcement Division, beach parking by a staff member of the Volusia County Coastal Division, a presentation on parking garages by a parking garage construction company representative, and a representative of a no-charge taxi company that contracts with several other Florida cities for the service. The task force has viewed parcel maps and discussed locations for possible future surface parking in the Canal Street, Flagler Avenue, and the North Causeway areas. Staff has also reported on anticipated parking challenges in the Venetian Bay Town Center. City staff stated at the meeting that's scheduled in July, we will have a presentation on technologies for parking management. And that meeting in July will complete the education portion of our agenda topics. And in August, we'll begin making decisions on recommendations for our report, which will be completed in September per your resolution 03-23. And just as a final note, at the first meeting, I was elected chairman of the parking task force, and the chair of the parking task force cannot make motions. So going forward with looking at the recommendations, I want to make motions. So at the next meeting, I'm going to vacate the chair position and become a regular member. And I had planned to do that the first meeting in June, but we ended abruptly. And then I was told the next day I had to come and make this report. So we're moving forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from Commissioner McGurk? Martin?
Okay, I was just going to say, one of the things I think we caution in the phrase used by our Director of Development Services, I think it would be ill-advised to look at parking by a Black Friday standard. In other words, if we have 20 times during the entire year, periods of 5 hours, when we have a parking problem, we don't want to provide parking all those other hours just in preparation. So that's why I'm planning for Black Friday is not a model I would like. Thanks, Tony.
That I am aware that that is a trend, maybe the last 5-6 years in the parking literature. I went to a seminar on that several years ago. Malls were notorious for having parking for Christmas week. And then the rest of the year, over half of the mall parking is empty. So yes, that is a very topical consideration.
Thank you.
Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. Tony,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for coming tonight. I appreciate
sir.
you serving as chair. I think that you're a fine person to be doing that, very experienced in knowledge on meetings and staff and all the different things. First question, you've talked about presentations. Clearly, you've been inundated with information. Has the board had a chance to be able to discuss any of that yet? Or are you going to come out of 6 or 7 meetings with no, have you touched on any discussion topics yet, I guess is my question.
With each presentation, we've had an opportunity to ask the presenter questions. We haven't, delved into it as much as we will in the next few meetings. But I'm looking forward to the presentation on parking technologies because there are a lot of cities in Florida that have, say, pay by phone and that sort of thing. That's a relatively inexpensive thing, so we'll be looking at that. But to answer your question, we haven't gotten into that in depth. I'm looking forward, especially to expansion of surface parking. We, at the last meeting, talked about some sites that the city might consider for leasing. And I'm also interested in satellite parking because just on the North Causeway alone, there's a lot of parking at businesses that may be available, say on the weekends. And then if we have the taxi service or Uber or bicycles, go to that. So there's a number of options that we'll be discussing in the upcoming meetings.
Okay, good. The, has there or will there be any discussion on when you guys make recommendations? One of the things I'd like the board to consider and talk with staff about is maybe having a public meeting on it before we actually get it, so it can be vetted a little bit in the community. I'm not saying I need that, but I'm just throwing it out as a suggestion. I would like from the committee strong recommendations. So I know it's tough. You know how this works. You have a committee with lots of different opinions. But I would like to get as strong a consensus as you can get and as strong an opinion on what exactly the direction is, not too loosey-goosey. To staff listening, you know, I would like that to be vetted in the community. I think it's a good idea before you make the recommendation, because there's a lot of times in the past where we've had committees and it's not publicly vetted at all. Then it comes to us, and then the public starts vetting, but the people who spent all the time in the committee aren't exactly aware of what the dynamic is once it's come to the commission. So I think that may be, and I'm not saying it needs to be, but I want to throw that idea out there. And then finally, if there is a public meeting with the committee's recommendations, with the parking committee, I would like, when you have your recommendations, to come back and present it back to us, so we have a chance to determine whether or not we feel it's ready to come before the commission and we run with it, or there needs to be a little more discussion amongst the boards. Well, I love the progress you're making. I love the timeline. So I'm very, very excited about what you're going to bring back to us. Thank you.
Commissioner Perrine.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate all your hard work on this. I've been watching in the archives your parking task meetings, and I just want to remind the public that they can go to our City Commission website and watch all of these meetings. There's been some fabulous presentation about collaboration with our county, which I felt very interesting that we don't have that now, and I think that's an opportunity. Also, with the technology that was mentioned, all of these things that you guys are doing and presenting and getting these experts in have really been helpful, because we wouldn't have had that kind of time to do that. So we really do appreciate all this task force is doing, and we're looking forward to find out what our needs are from the city and your final recommendations. Thank you for that.
Ma'am. Did you have any other remarks, Commissioner Martin? No. Vice Mayor? No.
No, I think
okay,
everybody's pretty much
good
covered it.
enough.
Thanks.
So, Tony, you're hearing the resounding adulation of a tough road before you and a tough road ahead of you. I salute, as we've talked about previously in Chambers, your decision to act as the citizen activist rather than the shepherd of the group. I think that's a wise move. I've gotten cards and letters from those that think that the residents' voice needs to be the loudest voice. And so you have a great way about making sure that the residents' voices are heard. We've tried our best to make the task force balanced. The task force, every member on there is a resident, in addition to some owning businesses. But you alone, having been a former city staff member and a longtime resident here, will be able to speak loudly on issues and forcefully on issues, allowing the chair to swap to one of your other colleagues, I think is a wise move. And I don't want to underplay the challenge that you have. Much, as Commissioner McGurk was saying, much rests on this. We want the public involved. We want to listen. And we don't think that you need to be the expert. I would say that when we had the flooding post-hurricane, we hired an expert in the area. You and your team are learning about parking. The assistance you're getting from the city staff may be additive, but I don't think we have the expert in parking on the city staff. So there may be room for a hired opinion who has proven, certificated, licensed credentials to come in and say, okay, I've done this in Savannah, I've done this in Miami, I've done this in other places, and I think if I'd study this town a little bit, I could probably figure out what the network of solutions are, not the point and shoot solution that we applaud you for your wide approach to taking, not just one approach will fix all. Anyway, thank you very much. We appreciate all you've done.
All right, thank you.
Mr. City Manager, may we have your report, sir?
Yes, sir, and I'll be brief. I know that we have a long night ahead of us, but as the commission knows, but I want the public to know as well, that we have submitted several projects to the state for grants as a result of Ian. And one of them was supposed to be, it was on the list to be approved, but then the governor vetoed that, and that is the Pine Island Canal. And I just want to assure the residents that we will do that regardless if we get the grant or not. So I'm working on the budget as we speak. So I just want to assure them that we will do that. The second thing is I know we had quite a few issues with the train stopping at several locations, intersections in the city. Thanks to our police chief efforts throughout the communication with the FEC, they decided that not to do any delivery in the morning, they will do the delivery in the evening, so we'll eliminate some of these stoppage at the intersection. So that was a good thing. I was hoping to report back to you on the homeless issue. Commissioner Perrine has asked me. I tried to schedule a meeting with the city manager from DeLand to talk about the bridge. He was out of the country. He came back and they're working on the budget. So I haven't been able to meet with him before the meeting tonight. That was the goal. So as soon as I get that, but it looks like the feeling I'm having from him that the bridge is not going to work. So we have to go back to the first step. So we're going to reach out to them, and we have met with them before. They gave us a number, but that number was not, I guess, was not finalized. So we had 10 public speakers at the public participation at the last meeting, and I just want to go through the ones that we need to have actions on. So one of them has asked us about the car show. They did not ask any specific request, but my assumption was from listening to both speakers on the car show that they're looking for city help. So if the commission wishes for the staff to come back to you with some type of proposal with our action plan as well as the costs, if the commission wishes to do that. I think they're having difficulty funding the car show. So if the commission wishes to do that, I'll be able to do that probably at the 25th.
Without objection.
I think we have to look at it in the context of our total budget. And I certainly would prefer to reserve many of our preferences until we can look at it as a total budget.
I just want to point out, Commissioner Martin, that the cost that we have is really in-kind services, not a material thing. So it's in-kind services that we provide. It's the barricades that we provide, so.
So if we're handing over barricades, it's one thing, but if it involves staff time, that's something else.
Yeah. So I'm going to bring back, if the commission wishes, I bring back a proposal with the cost estimate with it, so.
Well, I'm not against you bringing it back, but I do want to point out that was not made clear when they came up and spoke on it. So I'm kind of, I would have liked them to at least been clear on what they're looking for, that they're actually, it seems like you're telling us when and they came up and spoke, but they didn't make anything clear. So I'm willing to listen to that. I don't necessarily want, but we're very busy, we got to prioritize. But in the future, I would like the person who comes in and speaks on that to at least clarify to us what they're asking for instead of going through the city manager.
Okay, whatever the commission wishes. I'm just kind of reading between the lines of what the request was, because they had asked before the meeting. So when they came and they made the request, it didn't seem like they were clear. So if the commission, I was going to bring the numbers back for you, and then you could decide what you want to do with it, so.
Yeah, I think he actually said that Leisure Services was going to bring something back before us.
Yeah.
So I was just under the assumption that something would come at a later time.
Maybe that's the path then, whatever, as advertised previously, whenever Leisure Services brings that forward.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. Also, we have a public participant who was concerned about crosswalk safety, and also about concern about the speed limit changes 8 times between the hospital and the south end of the Atlantic Avenue. As you know, this is a DOT road, so we will take it to DOT and see if they have any recommendation on that, or if they have any issues with it. Also, we had one participant who encouraged the commission to begin considering the succession plan for the city manager. The HR director will bring back to you a proposal with a schedule with it at some point for the commission to consider. We also had a request from the FABA group to honor Adele Aleli, which the mayor and Commissioner Martin and I, we attended that honoring. She's the founder of the Seaside Fiesta. So that was done at the Seaside Fiesta. Also, we had a participant that mentioned about the grant that we got from the USDA, that is Donna. And we thank Donna for her efforts or her help for getting over $1 million from the USDA to the dredging and the cleanup of the Turnbull Creek Canal. And also, Mayor, if you don't mind, I would like to take the opportunity to apologize to you and the commission regarding the budget workshop that we had on Thursday. The intent of the workshop was, as you know, we have a large list of requests from different departments on personnel, capital equipment, and capital projects. The list was so large that it created a challenging issue for us. So I was hoping that it gives the commission an opportunity to look at it and see if they have any item on this list that it's a must and it's important to them. Now, where we failed is to provide the PowerPoint for you in advance in order to digest those numbers. But I assure you, and I will take responsibility for that, but I'll assure you that I have met with the 3 departments that they make up the major components of our budget. I met with them all day today, and I made the cuts. So on the 11th, we'll provide a budget for you that you could look at and consider. And also on the 25th, you will have the workshop where you adopt the tentative millage. So I will make the cuts, which I already did, and then if I needed to make some more, I'll be more than happy to do that. But budget will be submitted to you. It will be a balanced budget, and again, my sincere apology for what happened on Thursday. That was not the intent, so the intent did not meet the outcome, but I'll take full responsibility, and please accept my apology.
Absolutely. Thank you for the report. And I know we'll hear more about that in the comments ahead. Thank you very much. Anything more?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. And now it's time for public participation. If there's any member of the public that would like to speak on an issue before the city, make a comment, offer a concern, or an accolade for any member of the city staff, we'll give you the opportunity for this monologue, not a dialogue. We won't be asking questions and answering questions up here. You can come forward, and on the podium there are 3 lights. The green light means you have 3 minutes. Then it goes to a yellow light, which is 1 minute, and red light means that you should conclude your remarks. When you come forward, just give us your name and address, and we're delighted to hear from you. I see Mr. Williams.
Mayor, Commissioners, staff, Bob Williams, 767 Pine Shores Circle. I'm also here on behalf of the Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to take a minute to thank you for supporting and participating in the 3rd Annual Economic Summit that we had June 14th. It was highly successful, and I think there were a lot of relevant information in there that really pertains to some discussion that you had earlier. We used an innovative technology to get some feedback from you during that session, and I just want to point out that one of the things we asked were, what are your first, second, and third priorities for what we can do to bring high-paying jobs to this area to help land those companies that we've talked about we want to have. And both for the first priority and the second priority, it was create a comprehensive future infrastructure plan. And so what we hear from our partners at Team Volusia and the CEO Business Alliance is as they bring prospects to Volusia County, they don't have sites to land that are ready to go in New Smyrna Beach. And time is money to those people. So somebody else who has got the zoning in place and has the infrastructure in place, they're going to get the capital investment and the jobs. So that, you heard that earlier. I want to echo that. And we'll be talking more. I'm meeting with many of you individually about how we take the next steps to facilitate that. So again, thank you very much. And then the last point I just wanted to make, as many of you know, the Chamber has been providing a fact-finding support role to the parking task force. And I just want to take a moment to say that I don't think a day goes by that I don't get an email or a text or a call or a meeting from Tony. He has been working on it every day, as well as the other task force members. So I just want to commend him for his dedication and the great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Williams. Is there someone else for public participation? Hello, Ms. Sachs.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Commission, and staff. My name is Leslie Sachs, and I live at 816 East 8th Avenue, New Smyrna Beach. I'm here to speak more on my quest to lower the speed limit on Saxon Drive by just 5 miles, that's all I'm asking, to go from 35 to 30. I appreciate the recent Saxon speed study that was done. However, I am still unclear if the speed limit will be reduced or not. Congestion is increasing with the proposed new townhomes that you'll hear about tonight, the current Walters homes, the ways into and out of Publix and CVS, that we just need to go slower. This will also be a multi-year construction site with a major impact on us. Last year, I turned in a petition with 164 signatures requesting a reduced speed of 5 miles per hour, along with photos of dangerous deficiencies and previous fatality stats to be shared with the previous mayor, commission, and staff. Last May, I emailed this information to the newer members of this commission so that since they weren't here, they can see what was said. It's in the public record. Anyone that lives off Saxon and in the avenues to Seawoods knows that this is a dangerous, heavily traveled local road. A few months ago, there was a fatality behind Publix, which was medical, but maybe he wouldn't have died if he hit the pole at a lower speed. We will never know. Also, the other day, there was a car versus pedestrian who was critically injured on Saxon and 26th Avenue. Besides safety for pedestrians and bicyclists, another reason to warrant lowering the speed by 5 miles is for the equal treatment of the South Beach resident. Why does the South Beach resident drive in more dangerous conditions than a Central or North Beach resident? North Peninsula is 25 miles per hour, South Peninsula is 30, Riverside's 25. My previous time in front of you, I outlined the similarities of these roads to Saxon. Saxon area residents should be treated equally with their safety in mind like North and Central Beach residents. It's more than just moving cars. We utilize our walking paths and bikes. The signs say share the road, but the MUTCD does not take that into consideration. Was there a traffic study for North Causeway's lowered speed limit to accommodate golf carts during the Barracuda Bridge reconstruction? I have excerpts from Rewriting Our Nation's Deadly Traffic Manual, and the 85th percentile rule is killing us, which I will leave with Kelly to share with you. What the 85 percentile rule does is it empowers those who violate the law to activate a change, a rewrite of the law, to legalize their unlawful conduct, speeding. Given that speeding is a leading factor for deadly crashes and speed itself is undoubtedly a factor in many more, this arbitrary and capricious method has serious real-world consequences. This 50-year-old manual is outdated to current driving speeds and road conditions. The 85 percentile ignores safety and well-being of most people on or in area of right-of-way. Oh, I'm sorry, I went over. There's more, but I'll come back.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments, ma'am.
All right, hello, good afternoon. My name is Mike Boma, 3307 Modena Way, representing quite a few folks in the Venetian Bay community. My main point of topic is Shell Point, but one other thing that kind of piqued my interest as I was looking through the minutes was it looks like motion to front roughly $10 million to basically assist in raising or removing or stuff for roughly 30 residents or 30 private homes. I guess I'm a little curious about what that's all about and if that's good use of $10 million worth of taxpayer revenue and what's that going to do to the budget while we wait to maybe get that money back. Moving on to the Shell Point stuff. So I'm kind of in a question as to why this is a second reading for approval of that plat when there was no first reading. My understanding is that's the way this is supposed to go. There's supposed to be a first reading for public participation, then a second reading when we kind of vote on this. And so if this is a quasi-judicial hearing, I kind of question what is a quasi-judicial and why are we not following normal procedure? I mean, if quasi-judicial kind of sounds like, well, semi-legal way of pushing something through that we want to, for some other constraint that we can't follow the normal procedure. So if that's a time issue, that sounds like the problem of the developer, not the problem of the city and the residents who this is going to impact. The approval by Planning and Zoning was really kind of pushed through by their council. Planning and Zoning had all kinds of questions for city staff. 90% of those questions couldn't be answered by city staff, yet they still voted yes because their attorneys basically threatened suit and said, if you don't approve, we'll sue you. We can't use that as the reason for approving stuff without thinking this process through. If you're going to do this, and I'm losing my time here, at least put some thought out conditions on this, such as the connectors to Modena and Monaco cannot be opened until Williamson is established and that connection is in place, because at least at that point, the connection of 700 homes worth of traffic through my regular residential street might be mutually beneficial. I'd also argue that the existing MDA PUD is vague in all kinds of areas and literally sets you up for the exact same problems that we're having currently with the developer in Venetian Bay. Do you really want to start that process all over again when all you have to do is put some conditions to say this approval will be dependent on the language of the PUD being specified? And sorry, I know I'm over.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate that, Mike.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Greg Holbrook, 1160 Corbin Park Road. I'm coming to you as a citizen tonight, although I'm wearing a work shirt. And first off, want to thank you all for your support of our cultural organizations recently as we worked with our county commission, who's facing very similar situations with their budget as we find our city facing now today. And I assure you, I think there are probably a lot of HOAs and condo associations and families who are also looking at things that they had projected to do and are now reevaluating and realizing that what they thought it was going to cost and what it's actually going to cost to take care of things that they thought were valuable are all of a sudden much more expensive and harder to approach and maybe need extra examination and rationalization as to how to move forward with them. And I know there's been discussions. You all are looking at a budget that's coming forward and being presented to you. I heard our city manager tonight make comment about projects that are ongoing in the Old Fort Park area with our ruins that are there, and also with our historic New Smyrna Beach Women's Club. These projects are grant projects that have been extended out over time, and I know sometimes it seems like things move in dog years when you're trying to get bids in place and things are happening with our economy. But I would encourage you, as you examine what can or can't be done with our historic resources in the community, to play a long game with those assets. There may have been a plan in place as to how we thought something could have been done 3 or 4 years ago as we started to approach it. And now, if it turns out that those items maybe, or those costs aren't feasible, maybe a way to go back and look at those projects again and find a way to make them feasible and make them work for the community long term. And specifically with our Women's Center, which would be 100 years old next year. That project I know has been underway for quite some time. As far as an actual asset for the community, and I'm going to share just a couple of facts from the 54-page National Park Service file on our Women's Club. It is a nationally registered historic landmark. The club was actually organized in 1911. The ladies held teas and fundraisers to collect up the $1,200 it took them to buy that lot back in 1920. The first event that they held there was actually a bazaar and flower show. And their history of work in our community, they took a lot of steps in child welfare, establishing our first school lunches for kids here in our community. An unfortunate fire in 1934 did extensive damage, and a relatively well-known, notable local area architect named Harry Milton Griffin was hired to redo the interior and redo that structure, who was also the same architect hired by the state of Florida to do our yacht club. And I would encourage you to please play a long game and see how you might save these structures instead of perhaps figuring out what the next phase of their life might be.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate it.
I really don't know how these procedures go, so I think
You're doing great. Just say
spoke.
what you
I
said
spoke
before.
at the other meeting, which I didn't realize I was supposed to be addressing the city commission. I don't know if my statement stands, or do I need to redo it?
I think it's fine. We got it.
You got it, okay. And so that packet also goes with that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Jess Romero, 7A Cooper. We're amazed but not amused by all the things that you say that you'll do. We're much concerned but not involved with decisions that are made by you. But we are sick and tired of hearing your song telling how you're going to change right from wrong, because if you really want to hear our views, you haven't done nothing. That is the views that I hear from citizens out there when I talk to them. I'm going to give you 3 examples and a possible solution how this could be fixed. When the property on North Flagler was bought, I was told that the owner of that house, I don't know if allegedly, was friends with somebody in the dais, whether the mayor or the commissioner, don't know who it was there at the time. They said that because they were their friends, the city bought the house. The house was bought almost 3 years ago, still sitting there. I know it's going to be up for an RFP, I believe, for what we're going to do with that house there. So then I was talking about another person about pickleball, and they said that the property, the NSP Tennis Club is out there on Glencoe Road. They're going to put pickleball courts there. Say, I know about that already. I heard about it. And they told me that that property was sold to a nefarious activity member. I was like, what? So I came to the meeting last time and found out the city owns that property. So a lot of things in the community are being told that aren't true, and it's also being fed on social media. So I tried to put them in the right place. Look, it's not true, right? But I found out that the city does own that property and is leased to this tennis club, apparently. All the time I was having a beer with a friend of mine. He says, oh, by the way, did you know there's also a property on the North Causeway the city owns and is leased to the individuals there? I go, no. What are they paying for it? Well, got to find out, did a little research. The lease was signed in 2018 for a 5-year lease. And it's for $5,377. Comes out to about $1,000 a year. Now that is prime property to be leased out to anybody. Okay, lease is up in January this year. Was it redone? You guys don't know because it wasn't signed by you guys. It's not going to be signed by members of the committee here. It'll be signed by staff. So I propose to you the following. Either change the charter or write an ordinance that says that any city property that is going to be leased in the future will be leased for a minimum of 2 years, maximum of 4. And it has to come before you, commissioners, for a vote on a lease. Okay? So that way, you vote for it, you pay for it, basically. And another thing is that why every 2 years? We have votes every 2 years. The mayor gets reelected, commissioners get reelected or elected. And there has to be a property study, a market study of that property value would be on the market, not $1,000 a year for prime real estate on the waterway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments, Jess.
Mayor, I hate to do this, but can I at least, Jess, what property are you talking about? And I don't want a long, I want it just a simple answer. What property are you talking about?
Which one property or where? That's coming up, the lease went up in January.
The one you just said that's leased for $5,000, $1,000 a year.
It's the Angles Club on 102 North Causeway.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Hi. My name is Sharon Harold. I live at 3202 Modena Way. I am here, I am speaking to back up another person on the Shell Point development. I live on the peaceful cul-de-sac of Modena Way. I know the homes will be built there. I was told when I bought 3.5 years ago that there would be homes in the future, but I thought they would be a little further back. The reason I'm standing here is a flood concern. It was brought up at the planning and zoning meeting that I attended. One of my neighbors sent in pictures of the flooding in that development. We were trapped in there and could not leave the development for 3 days. People's cars were ruined. The sod farm that Plat 1 is on is now growing wildly. It was mowed when it was owned previously. When I stand at the end of the cul-de-sac, there is a hill. It is at least 12 feet below the road. So that sod farm is in somewhat of a valley. And so what I want, the bottom line question, to make it briefer, is how high is the elevation going to be when they fill that valley. Because if they are still on a slope, water, that there were pictures sent to the Planning and Zoning Board, did show that that sod farm was flooded. So I'm picturing new residents, those lots are only 50-foot wide, 5-foot setbacks, with equipment in between and swimming pools, and they say they're going to put all these stormwater ponds there. Stormwater ponds do not drain well, so they will overflow. We already have the ones already in Venetian Bay that people got scared with all this rain, that they were creeping up onto their property. So what I want you to look at is how high are those houses going to be lifted above the road? Because I saw on ordinances that several homes already in other neighborhoods are being elevated at least 11 feet higher than they are, which is a big expense. So that's about it. I just couldn't leave without saying I'm worried for those residents that are going to be living there, at least on Plat 1 and 2. I don't know about the others.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else for public participation before we close? Public participation is now closed. Move on to the agenda. The consent agenda, for those of you that may not know, is generally routine items of nature that have been previously briefed to us individually and can pass as a group. There are, from time to time, are items that are pulled for comment or question, but in case you may not know that, that is the purpose of the consent agenda. While you won't hear wide participation, you'll see a big swath of proposals go through at one time. Are there any members of the commission that would like to pull any items?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for comment, 7D and E.
7 Delta and Echo.
7 Kitten.
7 what now?
K.
Okay, thanks. Did I get that right though? Previously it was D and E?
Correct.
All right, and K.
K, and also 7P through S. These are for quick comments only.
I'd like to pull 7V like Victor, please.
V is in victory. Okay. Any others, ma'am? Any others, sir? Vice Mayor?
J is in John.
J is in John, okay. All right, I think we have them. The chair would entertain a motion then to approve items 7A, B, C, thank you. F, G, I, L, M, N, O, U, and W.
Forgot H.
Hotel, H and hotel.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, and H. Kelly, have I mentioned all the right ones?
T, I don't think anybody pulled T.
Which number?
T,
T is in Tango. I'd like to pull that for discussion.
okay.
Does anybody need a refresher on the ones that are going through? Want me to state them again?
Not necessarily. I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to approve the few items that are on the consent agenda without objection. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perrine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's head for item 7D. Who's got that?
Okay. On 7D and E, I just wanted to verify that SEVMTC is partnering with other groups such as Team Volusia. Wanted to ask what the key technology focus is, and just simply, can we get quarterly updates?
Very good. I see Director Edwards. Would you like to respond?
It's Commissioner Martin. So, two questions I think you asked, right? Was it two? I'm trying to note them down. But as regard to key technology, obviously we're going to build upon the advanced manufacturing aspects and those automation aspects of that. The supply chain-based computer science aspects of things of that nature, as far as aviation, healthcare, information technology. We'll stay centered on what the actual grant list and their automation aspects of that particular grant. And I'm sorry, the second question?
Well, obviously, the grant was why I was asking about what the key technology focus they would be using for that grant. And the other is just a simple one, can we get quarterly updates?
Yes, we can.
That sounds fine. Any other questions about item 7D? Is there a motion to approve 7D and E?
I will make a motion to approve 7D and 7E.
Second.
Second. Any more discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's another one for you guys. Item 7H. Did that get pulled? Nope. Did not.
Yeah,
Okay.
7J.
J, that's it. The approval for the application of Sidewalk Cafe for Little Griddle located at 412 Canal. Vice Mayor.
So it's just a quick comment that I wanted to share with the rest of you guys, rest of the dais, was that during discussion with the city manager, I was assured that the 5-foot easement would exclude the lamp posts that are in front of the building. I didn't want that to be a hindrance for the pedestrian walkway. So the 5-foot clearance will be excluding the lamp post to the curb. So we've covered that. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve 7J.
Second.
We have a motion.
Also-
Point of order, go ahead. City Attorney.
Garbage.
The additional condition about garbage cans not to be used?
Oh, yes. We also talked about not allowing them to use the city's trash receptacles on the street to throw their waste products away from the restaurant themselves.
Provide their own.
Yeah, they're going to provide their own, they'll have to provide their own, so. Those were the two items I had concerned. I was assured that those would be met with the agreement. So.
Any comments from the city
Yeah,
manager?
there is two garbage receptacles that they sit almost in front of the business, so that's what he's referring to, that they would not be using them from the business into there, so. And I guess we'll make sure that we'll amend the agreement to include these two items that Vice Mayor mentioned.
Very good. We have a motion and a second, and we have clarity now. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes. Now on to item 7K, consideration for approval of the extension of the MOA with the Florida Department of Transportation Highway Maintenance for that segment on 44.
I'm
Commissioner
just
Martin?
confused why we are renewing for another 3-year period without any increase on payment. So it will be 6 years of some of the highest inflations, in decades, and yet we're not getting an increase.
I had discussions with the maintenance operation director today again about that topic. He called them up, and I guess all the contracts for all the cities that they have DOT, they have not increased their cost. So we have two options. Option one is we approve it as is. Option two, you table it, and then I guess I have to go back to DOT. I'm not sure if we're going to go anywhere with them, but if that's what your option is, we'll do that. Any other discussion on that?
Okay, is there a motion to approve item 7K, or is there a motion to table item 7K? We have to do one or the other, folks. We have to approve it or table it.
You pulled it, so you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve, knowing that one always makes a positive motion. I make a motion to approve.
Very good. Okay, so a motion to approve means it goes forward and Khaled doesn't go ask for more money. If you vote it down, and then it's tabled and he brings it back another day. We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Reluctantly, yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
No.
Thank you.
But Mayor, just as a side note, and I told David that if it was approved, that in the next one, we will make sure that we will make up for the other 3 that we lost, so.
Okay, very good. Get your money, get those increases, because we're paying for them. Item 7, Papa, consider the approval of Pegasus contract regarding the grant assessment service.
Okay. This actually refers to item 7P all the way through 7T, and it is simply a request. There's a lot of confusion right now about the hazard mitigation grant program and which program applies to which hurricane. So I'm asking, going forward, that any and all hazard mitigation information reference the hurricane to which the information pertains. Irma, Ian, or Nicole. If I am correct, the items on tonight's agenda all pertain to Ian and Nicole.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That being said, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve item 7P, QRS. And we have a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 7T is the special event to consider the approval of Flamingo Follies, the Arts and Crafts Show on November 11th and 12th. I pulled that to inquire at Director Salazar about the process that we have for clearinghouse of competing events on days, and if you have a protocol in place that that deconflicts when citizens that would like to attend everything in town are not able to because we have some weekends where we're full of events and others where we are not, and just wondered what that was.
So, to answer your question, the Flamingo Follies typically falls on the second Saturday in November, which this year is Veterans Day. And we have our Veterans Day ceremony and celebration at potentially internally organized Veterans Day event. I'm assuming that's what the train of thought is, Mayor Cleveland, if I'm correct.
The idea was just, I think you have a Flamingo Follies all day, and there's a car show, and there's the Veterans Day. And so that just raised the bigger issue of week over week, month over month. Sure. We've heard off the dais from a variety of commissioners, what are we, how are we doing with our scheduling and where is it taking place?
So the way we track internal events is they're placed on a calendar, a citywide calendar that's viewable from city staff, and city staff can, the special events committee can view the calendar and determine if that's, the slate scheduled for that weekend or day.
Just indulge me for a second. Who is the belly button that is, yes, we're going to allow this much on the calendar. No, we're going to ask you to do another date. The calendar's full, sir. I'm sorry. You
So
can't
the
have your
approved,
event.
the calendar is managed internally by Bob. I think he's the keeper of the calendar. And when the special event is approved, it goes onto the calendar. So once the committee signs off on it or it's approved by the commission, that's when it's added to the calendar.
So we need to be smart enough to ask you what competing events are. We need to be smart enough going forward then to ask you what are the competing events, Or do we make the assumption that Bob's got the dot and is deconflicting everything?
Both. So it's a mix of both. It's, if you feel there's a unbalanced slate, then that would be your opinion when the special event comes to you for approval. Say, you know, Rob or committee, there's too much on the state, or, you know, have you considered looking at the dates?
But Rob, I think what the mayor is trying to drive, when they come in for the special events permits, are we telling these people that if they select a date, hey, here's our calendar, do we have, you know, do you want to, it's like we have two events at the same time that you're picking the day. So, you know, maybe they want to think about a different day. That's number one. Number two, when Debbie Meals get back, I think she's in vacation and she has something else, personal thing to do. When she gets back, Mayor, we're going to sit down with her and we're going to try to combine, I think right now they are, but I think we're going to make it more cohesive with each other, and also make sure that our staff will share that information with the applicant at the special events meeting, so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's wonderful news. That is the broadest possible picture between the Chamber of Commerce events, between the city-approved events, and between the Visitors Bureau events, all wonderful activities. Having that coordination function would be just awesome.
Okay.
Any other comments from any other commissioner? Is there a motion to approve 7T?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve 7T?
Second.
Seconded. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 7V, consideration for approval of an agreement with the City of New Smyrna Beach Women's Club Restoration and Stabilization.
This is one I pulled at 7B. We've got a lot of confusion on this, and as my briefing yesterday, I felt like this is an urgent matter that we need to discuss in the public. On May 9th, in our commission meeting, our city manager stated that the worst-case scenario cost for this total remodel of this building was $1.2 million for Phase 1 and Phase 2. This ended up in a 3-2 split vote to proceed with the $1.2 million cost. On June 22nd, last week, during this commission special budget meeting, and there wasn't any public in that attendance, the Women's Club remodel project jumped to $2.6 million plus. COLID recommended that we have a public meeting to go forward on this, but the last public meetings were held only because it would impact property owner rights. One of the things I found out Monday with this was that there's a daily charge from our contractor not doing any work on this of $250 to $300 a day. So to delay this to a public meeting does not make any taxpayer sense. On June 22nd, 3 commission board members stated that their top priorities were stormwater, flood infrastructure, and citizen safety. Despite these comments, this building remodel is still being pursued, and very few people have actually wanted this because there's not a plan. Just like our exit building that the gentleman spoke about, we don't really have a plan for the building even after it's completed. So my comment on this, before I approve this, I need more clarification. We've had a lot of things surface this past week that the public doesn't know about.
Okay, Khalid, do you want to enlighten us? And then there are other commissioners who would like to speak.
Well, as you know, Mayor, we had to go to the county to extend our grant on both projects, the Old Fort Wall and also the Women's Club. That was, the meeting for the county was on last Tuesday. We found out about the building almost just a few hours before the county meeting. So we had to decide, do we go and get the extension on the grant or we don't? So our decision was, let's get the extension on the grant, and then the commission will decide whether they want to move forward or not. But at least if the commission decides to keep it, I have that extension available. So that's why we went for the Women's Club. Now, what I mentioned during the briefings, that I was planning on to having a public meeting and then take the item to the HPC and then bring it back to the commission, if that's what you're referring to. So the public meeting is just to inform the public about the building. The building has some attachment to some people in the community. I want to make sure that I do that. If the commission wishes not to do that, then it's fine. The contractor is getting paid, or we will be paid more than $200. The $250 is if we delay him. If he delays the project, then we charge him $250. But if we delay him, I think they were working on the numbers. I don't know if they came up with the numbers yet. Have you came up with the number, Ron, yet?
Right now, he's claiming $340 a day.
Okay, so if we delay him, it's $340. So for every day that he doesn't work on the project, it's $340. So I agree with you there. So if the commission wishes to move forward in a different direction, I will be more than happy to follow that direction.
Very good. Any more, Commissioner Perine, any more questions or comments from you?
Just for the public that wasn't here for our last week's meeting with our budget, we have issues concerning our budget, and that building's foundation is crumbling, and the center of the building is in bad shape. I mean, it's not like we don't care about historic buildings. This one's beyond repair.
Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I was reading your report, Valley, that you just handed out, I actually thought I was the one who brought up the public meeting and not Colin. So the issue is, I don't necessarily disagree with you. It's a tremendous expense. And what I believe I said at the meeting was, there's a lot of people in this community that value historic preservation. And I've seen these chambers filled up this big or more with people insisting that we do historic preservation projects. And this project has been in the pipeline for a long time. Government takes a long time, it's very expensive. And as I use this building as an example, most of these, and I think I said to you that as a private venture, it would make no sense. And usually it takes public money to do these kinds of projects because they're so cost prohibitive. So my response was, I need to hear from the voters out there, our constituents, the people of our community. And that's why I suggested a public meeting, is because we need to hear from them on whether or not they want us to spend their tax money on a historic preservation project. So that was my suggestion, because I think that if I've been down this road where what seems to make a lot of sense to us up on the dais, we move forward on something, and then the people in the community really push back. And this is a topic that has really had a lot of pushback in the past. So that's why I suggested we have a public meeting and see how the public feels about it and get some direction from the public.
Thank you. Commissioner Martin.
I love the Women's Club. I wish the work that had needed to be done was done in 2018 when it was already in bad shape. I believe the intervening years have resulted in demolition by neglect. And with the stormwater issues, flooding, hurricanes, everything that's coming forward on our budget, I don't see how we can afford to keep it.
Any other views need to be shared? Vice Mayor.
So my question is, what's it going to cost us to cancel the current contract with the contractor?
I don't think our staff have, I don't know if Ron has discussed that. I think they're in the process of doing that.
We have already, will have spent to date about $400,000 that we won't recover. The balance of the contract for work already completed and liquidated damages, we're looking at about another $200 to $250. So all told, the 400's already been spent. So the new money that we would have to spend would be about $250 in regard to canceling the contract and moving on.
Keep in mind, though, then we would have the demolition process, which I believe the estimate was about $60,000 to demolish the building.
250,000 to cancel a concert, or just 200?
250,000, we believe, for liquidated damages, work that has not been invoiced to date.
Okay.
And that'll be a negotiated issue between us and the contractor.
So I was hoping that during the public meeting that some of these facts would come out. But my other questioner's concern was I believe the individual looked at the building prior to bidding on the building, and there was a lot of pre-construction meetings and things like that. Why did it all of a sudden turn up now and not 2 months ago?
Vice Mayor, I mean, just think about it. The picture that you saw is after we actually took some of the plastering off.
Right.
So somebody to go inspect the building, I mean, we looked at the building, they looked at the building, but you cannot see behind the walls.
Right.
So it's not like, I mean, he looked at it, he inspected it, it's a historic building. We figured that, okay, we're gonna run into some issues, but not an issue like this. So even if they started in 2018, 2015, the building it looks like has an issue way before then. And so it's accumulated and it's compounded, so.
Commissioner Martin.
Didn't we hire a consultant to review this project before we put it out to an RFP?
There is a consultant who designed the project, Commissioner Martin, yes.
Well, I'm just a little bit confused that an experienced consultant, somebody experienced with this type of business or building, wouldn't have known how to verify condition. So I'm a little bit confused by that.
I'm not, I mean, it's Monday morning quarterbacking. I don't know if any consultant will be able to look at it and know that this is the condition of the building. I mean, unless if you do just what we did today or yesterday or the day before yesterday, I don't know how he's going to be able to find out.
It's even in the flood repair work. I mean, there are things that they do to test the, what do you call it, the integrity of walls and foundation, but we didn't do that even though we knew there had been issues for years.
To the level of exposure that you're talking about, the intent was not to take off all of the stucco from the exterior. So what happened, this has been a progressive discovery, I guess is the best phrase to use. They removed the minimal amount of stucco to begin the work on preparing the foundation for repairs. Then they discovered more damage further up in the walls. That could not have been found until they actually started the work. So part of the proposal and the progress where we got to today was where we got to where we said, whoa, we need to stop and look, is at that point they were saying we need to remove the stucco from the entire building, which wasn't the original intent. So that would have been increased cost had we done that on the discovery phase, and we may not have had to done.
And I understand that. What I'm confused about is that years ago, we had strong indications, and I'm guessing Commissioner Hartman and Commissioner McGurk probably remember this better than I do, but this didn't exactly just pop up on our radar last week. So, that's it.
Any other comments from any other commissioner?
I have a question for
Yes,
Ron.
ma'am, please.
So we don't keep kicking this can down the road for another several years. How fast can we get this daily charge of $300 and some per day stopped if we do cancel this contract? And then as a commission board, decide what to do with the property, sell it as is or demolish and go forward?
Well, I'll address your first question. The commission would have to direct staff to notify the contractor of its desires to cancel the project and terminate the contract. There's legal processes we have to go through. In relation to the demolition, we have specific processes that we have to follow in relation to, before we demolish what's known as a local designated landmark, which what this building is, which includes seeking out proposals to a potential buyer. That is a required process before we demolish it. Also getting appraisals on the property as well, and going through a public hearing process before the Historic Preservation Board.
But that doesn't impact the contractor itself.
No.
So that could stop, I guess my first question was, how quickly can we get that $300 and some charge stopped?
If the commission would be allowed to make a motion this evening to direct staff to cancel the contract, we could begin that tomorrow.
Mayor?
Sir. Commissioner McGirt.
The project of this, the cost of this project has ballooned exponentially. I would at least like to ask the contractor to put a 30-day hold on this, see if they would oblige us with that. A lot of contractors aren't hurting out there this time of year. They're actually, it's kind of the opposite. They're so busy, they're trying to get the jobs. If we can do a 30-day, if the contractor would be kind enough, we can at least ask for a 30-day hold, allow us to figure out what we're going to do going forward with this, give us a little time without paying some penalty. I would certainly like to try that.
I think Ron has talked to them, so go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, the problem is they're paying for bonds and they're paying for insurance that they've purchased through the course of the project that they're still paying on. So there's, their cost will still incur during that delay period.
Is that equal to what we're paying them, or?
No, part of the other cost is potential rental equipment, and that's going to be part of the negotiation that we would have with them related to the daily cost. If we're giving them a 30-day notice, they certainly could release equipment that they had on rental and were holding in anticipation of completing the project in short order. But the insurance and bonds costs still run during the course of any delay period.
Okay, so, I mean, maybe we can at least obviously cover the cost of the contractor if he can give a 30-day reprieve.
They drafted a letter today that to delay the project until at least August 30th or 31st, and I told them to just hold on until we have this discussion. So clearly we could send it to them tomorrow, but we will have some negotiation with them as well because, you know, I mean, some time ago, local contractors, you could negotiate with them and they'll work with you. We've never worked with this guy before, so I don't know them too well. But we'll have a discussion with them and see if we could minimize the cost on that one.
I'd like to make a motion to cancel this contract.
You're free to do that, ma'am. So, Colin, in light of that idea, if 7V goes and gets voted as written, that just extends the contract, right?
That will extend the grants, not the contract.
Okay, so there we go. So this is the grant that we're getting from the state.
From the county. That's
so
ECHO.
That is, you just want to buy some insurance. You just want to make sure that that's alive and well. And then we could take up the issue of whether we halt the contractor's business and then fight another day. And the vice mayor went through and said, okay, this is how much that would cost us to stop that. Certainly an idea. Yeah. So just for clarity, this just allows the state or county money it gets us an extension on that. And then we could take up the other issue in new business of calling the contract off and then. Yes, sir. Okay, very good. Is that clear for everybody?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Does the county know that we ran into all of this additional problems? Because from what I recall last week, I believe they said they didn't mention that to the county.
No, I don't think they knew at this point because we have to go back. I mean, I'm trying to get the grant extension and then we could for the commission to decide. So when I go back to them, I'll say, hey, we wanted to continue or we're not. So we're on a bind.
This extension is actually for the state grant. The county approved our grant extension for the county grant last week. So this is for the $600,000 we received from the state of Florida.
In all fairness to them, I think they both need to know this.
So, New Smyrna has a great reputation of executing the money that has been allotted in the year of execution, and we have that as a reputation. This is certainly an exception to our path and our performance before. I had share the sentiment of I'm concerned about how granting agencies will view us going forward, so I don't want to jerk them around needlessly. And so it is with concern that we go forward and say, we've discovered more, we want to pause, and at the same time, we ask for you to hold the grant or to offer the grant to continue, and we will make a good decision with your money.
And that's what we're going to do, but I just need to find out what the decision is before I approach them.
Understood. So we've separated the two items. Item 7V is approval to grant an amendment which would apply for an extension with the state for the money that they have teed up. Do I have a motion for that? Motion to approve item 7, Victor.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Second, okay. So just for clarity, one more time, this is not about whether or not we rebuild the Women's Center. This particular vote is about preserving the opportunity of the money that's coming in, just for clarity. And we can have a whole separate discussion on the other thing. Okay, very good. We have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner Martin?
No.
Commissioner Perine?
In light of our new findings, no.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that covers the consent agenda. Thank you very much. We'll move on to administrative items and new business. Item number 8A is the discussion of the allocation of the opioid funds. Is the police chief in the room? And Chief, do you have a report, sir?
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. So I'm here to background on our request to spend our city's allocation of opioid funding. There was hundreds of lawsuits throughout the United States against pharmaceutical companies over the last couple of years, in summary, for irresponsible distribution of opioid medication to all of our various communities. This resulted in all of those lawsuits eventually being combined for a total amount of $19.5 billion that will ultimately find its way to municipalities throughout the United States. So we received our first portion of this money this year, totaling $22,210. It's expected that we will receive up to $515,982 over the course of 18 years. So as part of the agreement with the pharmaceutical companies to settle these lawsuits, they created several appendixes that allow for the spending of the funding. So following that guideline, the police department is proposing to the commission that we spend a portion of the $22,000 of this year's funding, in short, $8,625 to fund our new LEAD program. So our LEAD program is a new version of what we all know as DARE, Drug Abuse Resistance Education, that probably most of us went through in the 5th and 6th grade. We discovered a new program called Law Enforcement Against Drugs, with LEAD for short, that is basically the reinvigorated version of DARE. It takes what DARE used to do in terms of drug abuse education and combines it with preventing school-place violence. So, which obviously has been on the rise over the last decade. So as a police department, we've already brought in this new curriculum. We've met with all of our schools, elementary and middle schools, and the schools here in New Smyrna Beach have agreed to allow us to bring this in starting in the fall. So we're very excited about that. This $8,625 will be the initial investment for all of the materials to execute this drug abuse resistance and school-place violence training. So, Commission, have any questions?
Any questions from or comments from any of the commission? Mr. Martin.
I'd like to thank Commissioner Hartman for on the Opioid Advisory Board, and for Chief Feldman for providing such clarity on the preferred use of the funds. So thank you.
Welcome.
So this is actually separate from the county's opioid task force. The county also receives money, and since we are a participant in the program, we will eventually get some of that money also. And this was one of the items that I brought to the table and says, you know, early prevention, early education is something that we need to look at as a board or task force to use some of that funding for. So there's about 8 items on there that the group has decided, you know, these are the avenues that we want to pursue. Education, transportation to and from rehab centers, that sort of, community paramedics are just a few of them. So that at some point will be additional funding that will come our way. But certainly, my understanding at our last meeting was we're the only ones that are proceeding with the LEAD program at this time.
Yeah, that's right. We're one of the first police agencies to actually bring it to Florida. Not only that, my deputy chief has been invited to sit on the board for all of Florida for LEAD, so he's actually attended the first board meeting. So we're kind of leading the charge in bringing this kind of renewed drug education to our schools, which is why we're excited about it.
So there's this funding that the city actually received, and then there'll be some additional funding at a later time that the county will split according to the formula they've used, so.
Proving once again how grateful I am that you two are so proactive with this.
Any other comments, Commissioner McGurk?
Thanks, Chief. It's a little drip of money, but I guess better than nothing. Thank you for your time on it.
So, Chief, many of us are delighted with LEAD. We remember DARE. Some of us remember the 80s, President Reagan's Nancy Reagan's Just Say No. So I salute you, sir, and the team for leading in the state. Not to have a pun there, but this is the right thing for New Smyrna to be known for. That's my opinion. Okay, is there a motion to approve the police department's spending of this year's allocation of money to help purchase materials for the youth drug abuse and violence education program?
I'll make that motion.
We have a bulliance of motion makers. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, City Clerk, who did you call that? Who made that motion?
Vice Mayor Hartman made the motion.
Perfect.
Commissioner Martin seconded the motion.
Very good. Any more discussion? Madam City Clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Martin?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Commissioner Perine?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman?
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion carries. I'm going to move on to ordinances and second readings and public hearings. And this will be a quasi-judicial public hearing. And just as a refresher for those that may have not been familiar with quasi-judicial proceedings. Yes?
Sorry, before we go into that, in the new business, I did make a motion, so we do have that on the floor still yet.
We do indeed, and that is under new business. I stand corrected. So let's go back to that before it gets too far down the road. Well said. Would you make the motion again, please, so we can discuss it in clarity?
I make the motion to cancel the contract for the Women's Club going forward, effective immediately.
Very good. There's a motion and a second. I will second for discussion. We ought to talk about it. I think it's a great bold step, and I said it may be spending now to save much, to not throw good money after bad. And if the pause costs us, what is it, Ron? How much is in? 400, 600 that's in? $1,000 that we've already spent?
Yes, sir.
And it's what, 200 to terminate?
No, I'm sorry, about 450 in and another 250.
So 650, 700,000.
Yes, sir.
All in, and we would be done if we decide to walk away from this. If we do decide to restart the contract, that would have some type of charges, I'm assuming, to find this contractor or a new contractor that may want to bid. So that's the unknown land. But for minimum, if we did terminate, we know what the bill would be. And potentially, not me just thinking out loud, if we did decide to remove that from the city rolls, we could sell that, sell the place and recover the money, potentially make a monument there. There's a lot of options that we can do to recoup and to preserve the memories of the events that took place in that hollowed building, rather than just throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's an amazing building. It has served our city for a decade, or for a century. And my view is that we ought to do something to commemorate that. But I share the fiducial and financial conservatism that Mayor Perrine has with stop, don't throw more good money after bad, and reassess where we're headed. I share Commissioner McGurk's. Let's ask the people. Let's get the crowd to tell us their will. Any other comments?
So if I follow your line of thinking, Mayor, what you're saying is stop the contract, and once we have a public meeting, if the people want it, then we go out and reestablish a whole new contract for construction on whatever the people and then the staff and commission agree on. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that's it. And I think that was what my comments were. I want to make sure that the
Yes.
intent of the motion maker is that I haven't hijacked that.
That is my intent because of the daily amount that we're paying right now. And to delay this to the point, it could be 3 weeks, a month at that daily rate. And then also, it's right now impacting our millage rate. So that 2.6 plus million, and we have to increase people's taxes for the millage rate for a building that is basically crumbling, is something that the public needs to tell us. Do you want your taxes increased with the millage rate for this building that could cost over 2.6 million, or a monument, as Mayor suggested, and go forward with selling that lot, recouping our money that we've already spent from the lot itself, putting that back into the general fund?
So, and I think this has already been asked, my apologies. What are going to be, do we know the cost of what killing the contract would be tonight, and then the additional cost of reestablishing a new contract?
What he told us a minute ago was for 400 in, 450 in, and it would cost another 250 to terminate the contract. That's what we know to get out. What we don't know is to crank it up again, what that might be.
Well, I think Commissioner Perrine's intent is that we cancel the contract, we don't rebuild it, we demo the building, and then do the monument.
I understand ultimately where she may be with that, but I'm just talking about if the possibility arose where we kill the contract, and then we put the additional fees of roughly $250,000 to kill the contract.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we decided that we wanted to reestablish with the contractor and go forward with rebuilding, we don't know what those additional prices would be.
It would, well, the cost of the total estimate to do it phase 1 and phase 2, turnkey, we're done, estimated right now is about 2.8 million. If we pay
No, I understand.
if we pay the 250 payoff to this contract, that money is gone. So that's for very little unrealized work. So then we would have the additional to restart the project. We've already spent, let's say, $450 on it, on a $2.8 million project. Then we'll have about 2.4 of new cost to kick it up, notwithstanding any inflationary increases.
Well, that's where I was getting at.
Okay.
We don't know the additional cost if we decided to go forward. So we're looking at it as in one aspect, we're looking at one side of the coin, but we're not looking at the other side of the coin if we kill the contract and what the additional startup cost of that contract would be, whether it's a month from now or 6 months from now. So you answered the question. I got it.
So let me help add to that. Let's say we kept the contract going. There's a scope change of epic proportion anyway. And so he's not going to, when he completes this contract, that building won't be inhabitable at that point. We're going to have to rebid another job to get the rest of the work done. So even if we didn't stop him, when he's finished, we still don't have a building. And now we're, what is it, we're 2 point whatever in, and there's more. So that's where my brain was. And so for $600,000 to take a pause, that's, you can call it money down the drain, you can call it whatever, but in an abundance of caution that this is going to be another white elephant, I think we pause, don't have expense, and get the city residents and businesses to give us their view. That's the only place I was headed.
I'm not
Commissioner Martin.
sure that we want to risk continuing to throw more good money after bad. I think people have elected us to make decisions, and this building has historically cost more and more and more. As much as I love this building, as much as I love the times that I was there, I think it's incumbent upon us as leaders to make the decision that we love the building, we just can't afford to keep it.
Please, thank you all. We got it, but no bubbling over, please. Yes.
So the $250 to cancel the contract would come from where?
That would come from probably general fund.
Or reserves?
Or reserve, yeah, reserve,
in this far in the
general
budget.
fund reserve, yeah.
Okay.
But the question is, I don't think we have sat down with him and negotiated.
Right,
So I don't want
yes.
that number to be set and then tomorrow we come back and it's a different number.
Correct, right.
So that number, I don't know where it came from. So I just want to make sure that we have not sat with the contractor to negotiate closing out the contract.
Say that again, Colin.
He mentioned $250,000 to close the contract. We have not had discussion with him to close out the contract. So I just want to throw the number now and then come back tomorrow, and maybe it's different, less or more, but I just want to make sure that that number has not been negotiated, as far as I know.
The motion on the table is to cease the contract. Not what we're going to do with the building going forward, but to cease the contract. And we know there's a cost of doing that. Any other comments? I have a motion and a second. And now, Mr. Kendrick, would you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Hartman.
Yes.
Commissioner McGirt.
No.
Commissioner Perrine.
Yes, to kill the contract.
Commissioner Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that was to cease the contract?
Correct. Okay.
So we'll have the staff negotiate with them and then come back with the...
Yeah, we don't know that number, but we're going to know it after you do the negotiation.
Yeah.
Say? Okay. On to second readings and quasi-judicial public hearing. And the primer on reminder of quasi-judicial has three tests, three criteria test. Is due process being awarded? Are we following due process? Is this competent, and is there competent and substantive evidence presented to us? And are we applying the correct law? And I wanted to say that to the viewing public and those in the room, because we all have our personal desires of what we'd like to see. And under these rules, quasi-judicial means effectively you have a jury or a judge formed by the five of us here, and we must listen to the evidence presented at the time. And we must make our determinations on that evidence by those three very specific criteria when people that are sworn experts would come before and do a testimony. And that's what this is about. And I know that has been before this commission historically, and I know there are days when it appeared otherwise, that this was just a preference of your determination rather than the legal proceeding. And this is a legal proceeding, and that's what we go about doing this. So I wanted you to have that in your focus as we go forward for these following items. 9A, conduct a quasi-judicial hearing to consider the review and approval of the Class 3 site plan for Oak Willer Townhome Village, which is, if approved, would allow the development of approximately a 7-acre property located on Saxon Drive with the last remaining undeveloped portion of the.
Mayor, if I can make a point real quick.
Yes, sir.
To the gentleman who spoke earlier, the reason that it's now is it's second reading and public hearings. So has to be a public hearings, is why it's in with the second readings and wasn't with the first readings. I made the same mistake a couple of years ago. I'm going, why are we going through this now? We haven't had a first reading. And, it was brought out to me that it is a public hearing, so it is done with ordinances and second readings. It's all combined together. It's two separate things. Does that answer your question? All right. Talk to me later.
We'll first hear from the city planner. Jeff, I see Planner Grove there, and we'll listen to your report, sir.
Thank you. This is a Class 3 site plan for a 77-unit townhouse development on the beach side. Lost my picture here somehow. It's on my screen, but there we go. That's the location. It's a PUD zoned area, 17 acres, that was originally approved in 2011. And this is the last remaining undeveloped portion of that 17-acre PUD. This is a 7-acre piece directly south of the Publix shopping center. It's wooded. It's surrounded by existing residences, single-family residences that are directly adjacent on Southern to the east, 7th Avenue to the south, which is with those lots being part of the same PUD, and a number of single-family lots on the west side of Saxon opposite this property. Some of you remember when this PUD rezoning came through. I think it was the commission in February of last year. And one of the conditions was this being a Class 3 would go directly to the commission for approval and not to the Planning and Zoning Board. At that time, there was a previous approval for 150 multifamily apartments within one central building that was proposed at 5 stories, along with office and retail uses on the first floor. There was a lot more building coverage, allowed up to 65% building coverage because parking was projected to be underneath the building. So they amended the existing PUD MDA at that time for this new plan, and shortly after this was recorded in July of last year, they submitted for a site plan, and we've been going through that process since. One of the big factors in this is Saxon Drive, which, if you don't know, it's prescriptive rights right away, which basically means it's not defined by any legal means other than continual historic use by the public. And those considerations and the termination of that prescriptive rights and the width of what that applied to was all done with the county, because historically this road has always been a county road. The permitting was going through that during the rezoning process and during the initial stages of the site plan process. So the county, as part of the ISB, transferred this over the section of, well, actually this section of Saxon and a much larger section to us in May of last year, and that was kind of in the midst of the site plan permitting. We had been thinking the county would be responsible for everything concerning Saxon Drive, and that got passed over to us. The main effect on this property is the county had determined that the right-of-way was the edge of the existing roadway pavement. So if you look at the boundary survey submitted with this property and agreed to by the county, the property goes right up to the edge of the existing east edge of the pavement for the road. The bike path that's there, that's historically been used, it is actually within the western portion of this property, and that's going to be impacted by this, but it will remain. The PUD calls for that to be reconstructed in a different place, to be an 8-foot wide concrete bike path within a public easement, but its location will be further east into the property. One of the reasons that's going to be further east is in the course of this, the plans now show a turn lane into the property, a left turn lane for southbound traffic, and it's got a reservoir there that's over 100 feet long, so conceivably you could stack 4 to 5 cars there who are waiting to get into this development. What that also will do, since the prescriptive rights area is based on the roadway width, is actually expand this prescriptive rights area. So at the completion of their construction, there'll be a survey done for where the new turn lane, edge, and new pavement is, and that will actually become part of the city's prescriptive rights right away. So this has been through a number of processes through the Planning and Zoning Board, and our traffic engineer has signed off on it being approved. It's really not that many trips in terms of some of the other developments that you typically review. Again, 77 townhouse trips, so it's basically 8 trips a unit, something like that. It falls under the threshold for, major renovation. We know Saxon has its own issues, one of which is the stacking up of times of northbound traffic trying to make a left turn at the signal, and that's part of the problem there is the existing roadway width, which we really have no control over. It was what we were given by the county when the responsibilities were passed over to us for maintenance and permitting. They have reduced the building footprints from what had been about 65% on the previous one to now be less than 35%. A lot smaller and shorter buildings. There's 15 townhouse buildings in various sizes. So some are 2 stories, some are 3, and they range from 4, 5, 6 units within each building. There's single access to Saxon, which was one of the conditions of the previous commission approval, and they have a number of amenities planned throughout the site. It's pretty extensive in their plans for that. I've never seen a 40-sheet hardscape and landscape plan, so that is very detailed and hopefully will, be a benefit to the community. So that's basically it. There's buffers around the property as the PUD required. One of the other, I guess, more minor conditions of the previous PUD approval was the trash compactor be relocated from the south property line to the north property line, which it now is, and that makes a lot more sense against the loading dock area of the Publix. So that's the highlights of the case. If you have any specific questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, and stand right there if you will, and we'll get to the questions. Is the applicant in the room? Do you have any questions, sir, of Mr. Gove?
No, sir, we're agreeing with this now.
Very good, thank you so much. Is there a commissioner that has any comments or questions for the chief planner?
I sure do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we know if these are going to be sales or rentals?
I don't know. They're townhouse units. They're not townhouse lots, so they're based on the footprint of the building. But our code doesn't differentiate in terms of ownership. It just describes the uses based on the number of units.
Thank you. What archaeological surveys have been conducted?
There's none that I'm aware of, but we also have no requirements. We do if it's a city-owned property for projects, but sometimes we'll get archaeological information with environmental assessment reports. It's, hit and miss as far as if they're included. I did go back and look for the PUD original documents in 2011 and couldn't find an electronic version of that. There may have been something submitted, but otherwise we're not aware of any.
How about gopher tortoise burrows?
This is probably a prime candidate for gopher tortoises, and that's a typical consideration when it comes to the city engineer in his pre-construction meeting. The issue with that is you don't want to do your research or your field work for gopher tortoise too early in the process because it's only a 30-day window before you start construction. So that's why it waits till the pre-construction stage.
Well, I think that's agreeable. Waiting, pre-construction meeting will address it. Thank you. Do we have an image of Saxon showing both the existing left turn lane at 3rd and the proposed left-hand turn lane into the site? I'm a little bit concerned about these two opposing direction left turn lanes in a relatively short road span.
Well, they're separated by a pretty fair distance. There is a specific sheet in the site plan for the roadway improvements, and I think that's...
Well, I saw the roadway improvements for the left-hand turn lane into Oakweiler, but it didn't give me the context, and forgive me for not being able to create it mentally, the context of that left-hand turn lane with the existing left-hand turn lane on Saxon.
Well, I think that's because it is that far away from that property. So if I can get the aerial up here, you can see they did their plans based on their property alone. They have no plans or no intent and no requirement for them to do anything with the intersection at Saxon, but you can see the frontage along Saxon here, which basically it ends at the rear entrance to the public shopping center, and that's about a 700-foot property boundary along the west side. Their widening will impact about 600 feet of that. So that's why there would be no plan to show both the proposed turn lane and the existing one.
Well, I understand that from their perspective, but from our perspective, that left-hand turn lane the left-hand turn to go west starts not far north of the public shopping center, and then so we're looking at like sort of a building apart. And I just find it awkward to have the left-hand turn lane going west sort of in almost direct opposition to the left-hand turn going east. And so from my perspective, I'm not sure that that left-hand turn lane into Oakweiler is as helpful as we'd like it to be. Does that, but that's my opinion, and I know other people may see it differently.
Saxon's a 2-lane road, and I went back to this map because that actually shows the distance from their north property line all the way up to the 3rd Avenue intersection. And you can see there's, I don't know what it scales at exactly, but you can see there's considerable separation between their property and where Saxon makes that bend. That's to line up with that T intersection with 3rd Avenue, that's about where the turn lane starts. It doesn't go back that far. Maybe to the CVS driveway, so it's really.
Could I interrupt in support of Commissioner Martin's question? Chief Planner, are you certified in the traffic engineering, or do you sub that, or you give somebody on your team a chance to look at that? We're looking for an expert to say, hey, this is not going to bollocks up the traffic situation, and that's, I think, the root of what she's trying to get at.
Right. I'm not a traffic engineer, and I don't profess to be. We typically hire out. We have continuing consultants on our list, In this case, our continuing consultant for a review of their traffic study was.
Is there a reason you did not apply and contract with someone to do it? What was the reasoning behind not determining whether or not it was not going to be a traffic problem? Or was it your consideration? You said, in your opinion, it was not going to be?
Well, we used our continuing traffic engineer to review the TIA they submitted, and that has a radius of all various intersections. And this is one that he studied. He saw the plan they submitted, and they gave us a letter of approval for the TIA and the traffic situation.
So we do have a letter from a certified traffic engineer that says this is not a problem.
Right. Well, not specifically, but he just said he approved the plans and the TIA.
Yeah, so the TIA is actually in reference to the number of additional traffic trips each day, as I understand it, entering and leaving the road, not specific to any left-hand turn lanes.
Well, it'll get into required improvements.
Okay.
And that was part of the transfer when, at that time, we were kind of, it wasn't our road, it was the county's road. So our consultant was kind of a secondary role. So, but even so, he worked with the county and continued his review, even if when the responsibility got passed over to us, and he approved the site plan and the TIA.
What is the detour and traffic control plan for the duration of the construction? That's a 2-lane road with a lot of use. We've got that one construction egress on Saxon going into Oakweiler. So I would assume that the developer would have a extensive plan for both the vehicles using Saxon as well as the pedestrians, bicyclists, and all the other people who have customarily used that road.
Right.
So I don't know. Can the applicant share any of that with us?
He can share that with you. We actually discussed that with him. Typically, well, not sometimes during site plan, part of the sheets will include what they call a maintenance of traffic plan, MOT, and it will have standard details. Pretty much, they all go back to what DOT has put in place. There was none attached to this, but that would be something that would, again, fall back to the pre-construction meeting. The plans for the maintenance of traffic would have to be submitted and reviewed and approved by the city before.
But the commission would not see that.
No.
Could west of Saxon sidewalk be contiguous to mitigate? One of the first things that's going to go is a very well-used, yes, I know it's within their property lines with prescriptive rights, but that east side sidewalk is going to go early in the game. That leaves anybody who's not in a car without a safe way to transit from 3rd Avenue at Saxon down to, 6th Avenue or 7th Avenue. However, there's a relatively small gap on the west side sidewalk, and if that could be completed with, and I understand it would be more good neighbor policy than anything we could enforce, but that would at least mitigate that, that safety issue for bicyclists, pedestrians, dog walkers, anybody on that west side of Saxon.
Well, you're correct in the fact that sidewalk's going to be one of the first things to go and probably one of the last things to be reconstructed in a different location, because you'll have the roadway widening on the east side for the turn lane that will be going into the property. The overhead electric that's along that right-of-way and also within their property, that's going to be removed and all placed underground, and it will actually be underneath the new bike trail location, and that will be within a 12-foot public easement. But again, that's all probably the last stages when all the other work gets done.
And we would
first.
assume several years.
And Your observation about the west side of Saxon being used as an alternate, it's a great idea. There are just two small gaps, one at the very north end, just south of the CVS. I don't know, maybe about 100 feet that could be filled in. And then there's one to the south, kind of where the pedestrian crossing is around 8th Avenue. So you would at least want to fill the south one in if you're directing people over that. Another alternative may be to cross people over with a new pedestrian bike path crossing at the Publix south driveway.
As long as we had that contiguous sidewalk on the west side,
It's
yeah.
basically a cleared intersection now. It's got clear sight lines, no curves. So there are those options available. As far as the developer or applicant being responsible for that, it may be hard for us to actually require them to do it, but
So could I get
maybe
some
something
clarity
we
here?
work
Is it your testimony as chief planner that there is or is not a safety concern by moving forward with this that's has not been remedied?
As far as the safety issue, once that existing sidewalk's removed, people will be looking for alternatives. There are alternatives available. Sometimes people look for the shortest, easiest path and the ones that are less safe, so that it may happen with road crossings where they're not supposed to occur.
Wouldn't the only other safer route be taking A1A to Southard, across Southard and down 7th?
Right.
So it's not exactly like a one-block detour.
No, it's not a one-block detour, but at least there are alternatives available. It's not.
So I'm trying to put you in a box. Is it a safety hazard? Is it not? Or is it, in your expert opinion, or are there alternatives that mitigate the safety hazard till it's not a safety hazard? I'm trying to find out whether we're generating a safety hazard even for a month or a year or whatever, or whether it is not a safety hazard because we have alternatives. She brings a great point.
Well, I think we should be clear. We're not talking about a few months. We're talking about years.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
I
don't think
wouldn't
that's
say,
tolerable.
I wouldn't say that I'm certified in public safety. I mean, it's consideration, but my expertise is pretty much the same as everybody else's, what is based on logic rather than any kind of
I
certification.
understand. Then why is it that you would not engage a safety expert to help with this situation? Did you not consider it to be a safety hazard and that you needed help in getting an expert?
There's alternative routes available. Again, people may not always use them, and they might use the quick, easy way and put themselves in a more dangerous situation. But we didn't see this as being, a very dangerous situation. It's road work, and it happens on a regular basis. Sidewalks get closed, but they put detours up, and people find alternative routes.
Okay. Any other questions for the chief planner?
Quick question. How much of the plan is below BFE requiring 150% of stormwater retention, if any?
Well, the 150%, to my knowledge, and again, I'm not the engineer, so I don't do stormwater, is for compensatory storage.
It is, and apparently it's only required at 150% below BFE, base flood elevation.
Right.
So, and I know one of our engineers just walked in, but I think it would perhaps more of interest than critical to have an idea of what that percentage is. And the last question, and I'm guessing the applicant would know this, but you may not, is will the Saxon vehicle egress be gated?
Yeah, to our knowledge, there's no gates. We would have been aware of that, and they would have probably had to modify the plan accordingly for stacking distance within the property. There's sufficient stacking with the new turn lane, and the plans don't show it. I did communicate with the applicant today about gates, and they've assured me that they're not planning to propose this.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any other commissioner for the chief planner? Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, yes, ma'am. Point of order.
Mr. Gove, do you have a slide with the criteria that's applicable to this application?
I don't know if I do or not because, oh, there it is. It's a Class 3 site plan approval process. So,
And the detailed criteria that has to be proven, do you have about the details that have to be in here, which are about overall building square footage, number of seats proposed? Have you gone through the actual site plan approval criteria and evaluated this application?
yes,
Does it meet the criteria?
yes.
That helps. Thank you very much, ma'am. No other questioners for the city planner. Thank you, Jeff. Please stand by, maybe more. And now we'll have the opportunity to have the applicant address the commission. Would you like to have that opportunity, sir?
For the record, my name is Ryan Renardo. I'm actually the civil engineer for the project. Address is 10150 Highland Manor Drive, Suite 210, Tampa, Florida, 33610. Just a couple quick clarifications. Sure, we hear you. The construction will extend for 18 months to 2 years once the buildings get going, but we anticipate the site work to be done much quicker than that, getting that sidewalk built, the turn lanes built, all the infrastructure in first. So I don't have an exact timeline on that just yet because we don't have a contractor on board with a detailed schedule, but I would not expect the sidewalk issue to last years. So
I
just wanted to clarify
appreciate that, but meanwhile, the first day that you put the first jackhammer or however you break up that sidewalk on the east side, we are going to have a dangerous situation because a lot of people use those every day. And so just doing, I'll call it good neighbor work, to get a little bit of sidewalk completed on the west side would reduce the anxiety and complaints that are bound to result from this development. It's a busy street, it's 2 lanes, and you can imagine you'll be getting a lot of phone calls, and this is just one way to be nice neighbor and maybe mitigate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Martin. What we're going to do is allow the applicant to speak, and we'll follow up with questions. So go ahead, sir. Proceed.
Yeah, I was just going to address some of the concerns. I don't have a presentation. We're in agreement with the staff report. We've been working with Jeff for, it's been a while now, so, but we're pleased to be at this point, and one thing I wanted to touch on was with regards to the turn lane issue. I will just confirm that we are designed to meet the DOT roadway transition requirements. We did evaluate that as the engineer of record, ultimately to make sure that we complied with all the standards for roadway transitions and turn lane designs and things of those such. And I think, was there another stormwater concern? This site is not in a flood zone, so there is no base flood elevation established. So we did evaluate a pretty detailed pre-development model for our stormwater design, and then we evaluated a post-development model to make sure that we were not going to cause adverse impacts to our neighbors. So that was completed as part of the application.
Is that your testimony, sir? Is that all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any member of the commission who would like to ask questions? I'll ask one that Commissioner Martin alluded to. Is there an opportunity, is there a willingness on the part of the applicant to place an abundance of safety precaution for sidewalk during the construction, some type of easily accessible that would be have a propensity to be used other than shortcuts that might endanger their lives? Is there a willingness on your part to provide that?
Well, absolutely. I mean, our goal is for this to be a safe project. I'm not sure what the exact answer is right now. Once we get our contractor on board and we're able to develop a maintenance of traffic plan that's got to get reviewed and approved by city staff, those are, maintenance of traffic doesn't just include vehicles, it also includes the pedestrians. So that would be considered on that plan as well.
Very good. Okay, any other follow-up? Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up and talking to us a little bit. We'll now entertain members of the public wishing to comment in favor of or in opposition to the Oakweiler Townhome Class 3 site plan. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak? You'll have 3 minutes, and this is not question and answer, but your opinions.
I only have 3 minutes.
Go right ahead.
Chuck Lilly, 1502 Saxon Drive.
Okay.
I'm the vice president of the Calalisa Creek Vistas, Phase 2A and 2B. If anybody doesn't know, those are the new homes that were built by Walters right on Saxon there. So I want to tell everybody, I'm not here to stop a project, and I'm not here to negate growth. I think that's a good thing. I know it's a by right property, and hey, look at our beautiful homes that are recent to New Smyrna Beach. But it's some of the things I want to go over in the findings. So you got E1. Where is the water going? And Commissioner Martin, I really appreciate all your comments, and I really appreciate it. So where is all the water going? You got 77 homes on 7 acres. That's quite a bit. The site access, E2. Why only on Saxon is there going to be an exit and entrance? You have on 7th Street, you have that one property that's not sold. That could be a great exit and entrance. I understand a promise has been made through hearsay, but I don't know, but that it would be a great egress there. So the other thing is E3, garbage. Why won't it be picked up individually like our houses in most of residences and stuck in a dumpster? I mean, that leads to stench. I live right there. I see all that, and I appreciate what these guys just came up and said. They're from Tampa. They're from here. They don't live there. I see it. I see all the bikes. I see everything. So you got dumpsters. You got stench. I smell the stench from Publix. Why can't we have individual garbage cans? Okay? The other thing is, we were promised at a meeting about 1.5 years ago there was going to be a traffic analysis. Was that ever completed? Okay? I think in 2011 it was determined that Saxon can handle a lot more traffic. A lot has changed in this town since then. So a huge concern is traffic, speed, which nothing has been done about, and most importantly is safety. So you were talking about, and Commissioner Martin, I really appreciate it, and also Mayor Cleveland, the bikes are going, they're constantly back and forth. You got ladies with strollers, you got bikes and so forth. One of the main problems is now the e-bikes. They go 20, 30 miles an hour and they're silent. It's not a matter of someone, it's a matter of how many someones are going to get hurt or killed. It's going to happen. I go to pull out of my driveway and the next thing you know, I got 2 kids going by 30 miles an hour. I can't hear them. So that's the bikes, I always thought a sidewalk was a sidewalk. Sidewalk, you walk on a sidewalk. Now I talked to the local police and you are allowed on that sidewalk in front of my house, you are allowed to bike on that. I don't have a problem with that. It's a very busy road and safety is a main issue. So I don't have a problem with biking on that. You got kids, but the e-bikes, just like your golf carts, they really should be on the road. I mean, you should come and hang out at my house someday. You'll see it all day long. I know my time's getting cut short, so the other thing is, what are we going to be staring at? Our properties are very aesthetically pleasing. So we've spent a lot of money on our properties on Saxon Drive. What am I going to be staring at? Where are all the construction vehicles, and Commissioner Martin said, where are all the construction vehicles going to be placed? Not only construction vehicles, but all the materials, all the construction workers. There's nowhere to park as it is. So in the end, our sidewalk has become very popular for bikes. I thought sidewalks, again, were sidewalks. And I know by law, bikes are supposed to warn people audibly that they are coming. But laws are broken often as our speed on our road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Leslie Sachs, 816 East 8th Avenue. I was at Judd's house today, and I saw exactly, he's not exaggerating, the sidewalk is insane. It is so populated. I was surprised, and I use the sidewalk, and I don't see it, like how that is. But my concerns are about the sidewalk. I have the original PUD with me, and it states on page A22, item B, that owner shall reconstruct sidewalk bike paths starting at 7th Avenue and running north behind the Indian River Shopping Plaza rear property line. The reconstructed path shall be completed during initial site improvements, independent of the phase in which they are constructed. The path shall be accepted by the city prior to issuance by the city of certificates of completeness or occupancy for the initial site improvements of any phase. I like Commissioner Martin's suggestion of completing the other sidewalk. I also like the fact that, I don't like the fact though, I live on 8th, I have to cross my crosswalk, walk on a sidewalk, and then dangerously cross back into the traffic closer to the bad 3rd Avenue intersection. So unless it's a flashing crosswalk, I don't think that's going to work out too well. My next area of concern is regarding the new left turn lane. It was promised during the conceptual plan on the December 6, 2021 Planning and Zoning meeting. I think Glenn Storch and Jeff Gove made this promise that a complete traffic impact analysis would be done in time for the site review. I don't see anything in the agenda packet about it that's in detail as far as regarding that left turn lane, which was not on the conceptual plan. And there's a small picture that you can barely see in the agenda packet. So that's my concern. And on the left turn lanes, like the food trucks do on Flagler, Amazon, FedEx, whatever, they'll use that left turn lane extension to park there to drop off packages to the homes, like anyone would do. So it negates the usefulness of the left turn lane, and it's not safe because people are turning left into the new thing. People leaving the townhomes that might want to go south to the national park or have a conflict with the left turn lane. So it's probably best to leave Saxon as is, not fooling around with the sight lines, and let people make their left. I think our sidewalk's close enough to the end that we can walk on it. If there's cars or trucks going in or out, we'll stop, like I stop for traffic on 7th, and then I continue on the bike path. So also, again, as I spoke earlier in public participation, please think about lowering the speed limit since this is a 2-year construction site. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Any other public participation on this? Yes, sir.
I'm Russ McBride, 1308 Saxon Drive, so I'm in one of those homes right across from Publix.
Russ, pull that microphone up to your mouth. There you go.
Yeah, Russ McBride, 1308 Saxon Drive. Turning that sidewalk into the bicycle path, even for a short period of time, is going to be, it's dangerous out there now. But traffic is just moving way too fast, and all the bicyclists that I see that are going to start using that very narrow sidewalk, there's going to be a bad accident if that happens. So just put that in.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Charlie Tagman, 1702 Saxon. There was an appeal earlier this evening relative to speed limit. I sit out on my porch and enjoy a glass of wine in the evening. Cars go down that road like it's the Florida Turnpike. I'm not kidding you. I pulled out, and this happens to me often, I pull out with my golf cart and head down toward the beach, and cars will be up around 9 and 10th. There was a white pickup truck today, and before you know it, they're tooting the horn, crossing the double in the road, and going golf cart because they argue that it's a 35-mile-an-hour road and I'm only going 25. That's the law. The law is very simple. I can drive my golf cart on any road with a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. The governor has set it 25, so I go as fast as my car can. Secondly, there is no crosswalk between 8th and 3rd Avenue. So if somebody comes down our side of Saxon Drive, they have nowhere to cross to go over to Publix. They have to dodge the traffic. So I'd very much consider reducing the speed limit, and then you've got to have some kind of a crosswalk if you're going to direct pedestrian traffic over to our side of the road, and probably more than just a painted white crosswalk, because the cars don't give a damn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments. Are there any others in public participation?
Hello, Jess Rivero, 780 South Cooper. So sitting here listening to the comments that are made, I'm struck by a couple of things. Saxon is very dangerous, all right? Now, if you're gonna put the entrance off of Saxon on there and make a turn lane, you're gonna have maybe 500 feet between the turn lane going west on 3rd and a turn lane going into the area there. As you're coming out of Publix, which I shop there quite often, all right, and most of us do. As you're coming out of there, if you're gonna turn left, if you're gonna go south on Saxon, you're gonna be stuck there for a while as folks are coming home, going into their homes there, into the new community. If you're gonna go right, there are times where you have to wait because the line is so long, trying to get onto 3rd, way backed up to there. And another thing is that the sidewalks, you're right, it needs to be done properly. It's a safety issue. People are gonna get hurt. I use that sidewalk once in a while to ride a bike to go down south there. I enjoy it. Sometimes you can't. But the residents are right. And it's gonna go through, but there needs to be some mitigation. Now, the developer said there's not gonna be any gates in this community. This is 2023. What about in 2027? Will they put a gate up then? When they get too much traffic going in there? Will there be a gate? Will the developer agree to not put any gates at all forever, in perpetuity? That would be good. Because they can say now, no, they're gonna put a gate. But 4 or 5 years later, it becomes an issue. Now, if you have a turn lane and a gate, you gotta understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments, Jess. Any other public participation on the topic? Seeing none, public participation is now closed. The quasi-judicial hearing is now closed. I'd like to hear closing remarks from the city planner and the applicant. I'll have Mr. Gove go first.
One thing I would like to clarify is single access from Saxon. That was discussed extensively during the PUD rezoning process. We typically prefer to have 2 accesses, even if one's just an emergency access into any kind of development that has the number of units is, once it gets above 25 or more. But at that time, all the residents on 7th Avenue came out and didn't want this property to be accessed. And if you go back to the meeting minutes from the February commission meeting last year, that was a specific prohibition and condition of approval was that single site access from Saxon. So the MDA and plan was modified that way.
Can you say some more about that? Is it a safety hazard or an access for emergency vehicle problem? Do we have a responsibility to do the judicious thing rather than the popular thing on that? I know you got a chorus of people said we don't want it. In your expert opinion, should it be required or should it not be? I appreciate your language about, well, we got a problem, people didn't want it, but I need to know what you as an expert believe.
In this case, are you asking about a second access off of 7th?
Any of the safety considerations by well-intended residents, it would be very helpful for us to have an expert like yourself talk about what's proper for access. It would also be helpful for us to have a public safety expert testify about whether this is safe or not safe.
The single access from Saxon, it's wider because it's got a median, and that is typically viewed by our fire marshal as a safer or an alternative to a second connection, because it's not just one roadway width that would be clogged. He's got the opportunity to go in the opposite lane, so we consider that to be a safe alternative.
Any other questions from any commissioner? Anything else you'd like to add there, Mr. Gove?
No?
Okay. Thank you for coming up again, Jeff. Would the applicant like any final remarks?
Yes, just make a couple quick clarifications. Regarding the 7th Street access, this was extensively discussed with staff and residents when we were going through the rezoning a year and a half ago. We had a room full of people that did not want access on 7th, so we agreed. We coordinated with the fire marshal. We showed him the plan. We ran a fire truck route through the site plan. The fire marshal approved the plan. So we believe that we've got a safe site plan from an access perspective. Regarding the speed study, there's been a lot of discussion about that. Prior to the county giving maintenance responsibilities to the city through the interlocal agreement, we had a meeting with the county when we were initiating permitting with them, and we actually requested that the county reduce the speed limit on Saxon, and the county advised us that if they proceeded with that, the likely event is that the speed limit would increase because of the methodology, the 85th percentile methodology. So we opted not to proceed. We did not want to pursue that with the county at that time. The traffic study, we did submit a detailed traffic study with our site plan application. It's been reviewed by the city's third-party consultant, and we got a letter of approval from them. Regarding the compactor, the initial plan had the compactor on the south property line next to the single-family homes. During the PUD process, the resident raised concern about the location of the dumpster. We agreed that we would move the dumpster to the north property line. We did that. One thing that's important to understand about compactors, and I said dumpster, but it's really a compactor, is that these compactors, the newer technology, these things are fully sealed. So there should be no odor escaping from our brand new compactor. I think the perception when you see these big commercial buildings that have been around for 20 years is that they've got a compactor that's also 20 years old, and it may not be a sealed compactor, is likely not a sealed compactor, and that's why it emits the odor. So those were the few items I wanted to address that we heard. I'm happy to address any final questions you may have, and we ask for your approval of this project.
Thank you for your coming up and talking to us here. We have a question, at least one. Commissioner Martin?
Probably more curious than anything else, whether this will be selling the townhouses like a condo, or will this be renting?
Yeah, honestly, at this point in time, we're not 100% sure about that. We're still doing some market, when I say we, my client is still doing some market analysis to make that determination.
I have a question.
Commissioner Perrine?
So you mentioned that the county would not reduce the speed limit when they did their traffic study. If anything, they would increase it. What about during construction? Usually throughout the city, we always drop the speed limit because of that reason. Are they planning on doing that?
I don't have the definite answer for you on that right now, but I will tell you that that's something that would be addressed in our MOT plan with city staff at the pre-construction, or prior to the pre-construction meeting.
Any other questions from any other commissioner? Would you, in an abundance of caution and safety, commit on behalf of the applicant to a sidewalk provision to ameliorate the high risk of what is reported to be significant pedestrian and cyclist traffic?
Yeah, again, I don't know that we have the exact solution tonight, but we can absolutely commit to providing safe pedestrian access, however that needs to be.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd
Yes,
just like
go
to
ahead, sir.
I'd like to reiterate something that Commissioner Perrine brought up. I think it's going to be very important during construction that you're going to be able to slow the traffic. I mean, staff, I think that that's something that's going to be very important for you to discuss with these applicants. Not only just the speed that's built up coming towards 3rd Avenue on Saxon, I guess heading north, but it's also heading south. So people turn on to head south on Saxon Drive, and then there's a curve, and just naturally everybody accelerates. So then you're going to come around that curve, picking up speed. So I think that common sense is going to say we definitely need some serious speed control during construction when large vehicles are going to be pulling out in and out of the site and stuff like that. So I'd certainly like to see that consideration be a no-brainer for you guys.
I don't see any reason we couldn't commit to that, as long as, staff approves it on our MOT plan.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Go get them, staff.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the Oakweiler Townhome Class 3 site plan?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
And there's a second. Okay. Any more discussion? Acting City Clerk, please call the roll, sir.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Marvin,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries. Appreciate that. Item number 9B will conduct a quasi-judicial public hearing to consider the approval of a plat for Cell Point PUD Phases 1 and 2, final plat and construction documents S-3-22, and authorize the mayor to execute a contract for the plat on behalf of the city. A quasi-judicial hearing will now be conducted. First hear from the city. Chief Planner Gove is before the podium. All yours, Jeff.
Thank you. Yes. This keeps going out every time I put something down. This is a final plat approval process for what is the first phase of development in Shell Point. It's labeled as phases 1 and 2. There were 5 phases shown on the PUD conceptual plan. Rather than do the 5 phases individually, the applicant has chosen to combine the 2. So 1 and 2 go together, and 3 and 4 to go together, and that will be a future phase that has not been submitted yet. This all stems from a PUD rezoning that occurred in 2018. It's a 540-some acre site, previously served as a sod farm, pasture. At that time, the zoning was A2 for agriculture, which was compatible with what that use was at the time. But it had a future land use of sustainable community development. And that is what is applied to most of the vacant property, the large tracts west of 95. Venetian Bay has that same future land use. The palms, everything surrounding there are considered or designated sustainable community development. In that instance, it calls for a commercial component, and that's the 5th phase of this development. So this particular initial phase calls for, I think it's 219 lots. Let me get my PowerPoint numbers up. Okay, so the city, I kind of skipped over that. I guess I'm so used to knowing where it is. It's basically at the intersection of Pioneer Trail and 95, on the west side of 95 and south of Pioneer Trail. So it will be impacted by the pending interchange at that area. It's east of the existing development, Venetian Bay, in that area, so it kind of fills in the gap between that and 95. It's 210 acres in the initial phase. Again, as I mentioned, it's zone PUD. Surrounding the property is Venetian Bay to the south and the west. And immediately to the east is the Utilities Commission property. Pioneer Trail, that actually serves as the agreed upon boundary line between the city of New Smyrna Beach and Port Orange. Pioneer Trail is a county road and it's going to remain that way, so they got the jurisdiction for all permitting. This first phase has a proposed connection to Pioneer Trail, but the next phase actually has a proposed dedication of right-of-way for the future extension of Williamson Boulevard south of Pioneer Trail, which will go through this property, go through Utilities Commission property, intersect with 44, go further south from that. The county has approved all the alignments for that. Now comes the hard part of figuring out the money to construct it. But they will be dedicating the right-of-way for that, with the phases to come, 3 and 4, will be combined. So again, the proposed new connection is to Pioneer Trail to the north. That would be opposite an existing intersection. It's actually within the other side, is within the city of Port Orange, Cypress Springs Parkway, I believe it's called. It will also connect at the south with existing stubbed out public right-of-ways within Venetian Bay. So there will be access both ways. While the future residents of this area may be traveling south to 44 and use the existing roadways in Venetian Bay, we anticipate in the future, once the connections to Williamson are established and the road is constructed, that there'll be cross traffic both ways to get to these various surrounding roadways. Again, as I mentioned, it's a former sod farm. So it's been cleared for the most part in significant areas. There's about 120 some acres of existing wetlands within their project area. Their project area includes everything except the Phase 5 commercial area. So their project area is about 490 acres. That's all going to be residential development. It's all designated in the PUD for single-family residential only. There will be no multifamily. There will be no townhouses. But of those 490 some acres, I think about 140 are existing wetlands. And for the most part, those are being preserved and placed into designated natural area tracts with specific notes on the plat that protect those and provide upland buffers within there. They actually have received approval from FDEP for the wetland impacts, which again are very minimal. Of the acreage proposed here, the 490, they're proposing just over 2 acres of wetland impacts. So that kind of works out good for everybody. It's a lot less expensive for them too. So you'll see the wetland areas, and they kind of have accommodated those with the roadway layout around there. This is the first phase of development as shown on the plat. It's going to extend up north and be in the northwest corner of the property along Pioneer Trail, and then a smaller section coming down to another loop area that's adjacent to Venetian Bay. So some of the considerations that you're looking at here, it's consistent with its PUD zoning for single-family use. 319 single-family residential lots of various sizes. The minimum size that's allowed per the PUD is 55-foot width. They have a number of those. They also have 65 and 80-foot wide lots. So they're kind of scattered amongst the number there. The plat is 20 pages in itself. The construction plans are over 100 pages, so it's a pretty extensive project. They provided landscaping along the perimeter buffers. They've provided certain trails throughout the property. There's sidewalks along both sides of every proposed street. There's an 8-foot bike path that's proposed to go from Pioneer Trail all the way down to its intersection with the existing stub-out right-of-ways at Venetian Bay. As far as a future amenity center, they have gone beyond what was first proposed in the initial PUD, and they are proposing something in the next phase of development as an amenity center with a clubhouse and pool kind of thing. But I'll let the applicant talk more about that, because that's just something they've discussed with us. We don't have any plans for it, but we had told them early on that amenities and the timing of their construction could be viewed very stringently, so I think they've taken heed of that. That's it. Willing to answer any questions.
Is the applicant in the room?
Yes.
Sir, do you have any questions of the chief planner? Go right ahead. Name and your name and address for the record, sir.
Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant and the landowner. Jeff, just to clarify that your testimony is limited to your expertise in land use planning, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
There any members of the commission would like to question or comment on Mr. Grove's testimony? Yes, ma'am.
Of
Mr. Martin.
course. Okay, so this is a comment that it looks like a racetrack on Shell Point Boulevard. I'm thrilled to see it at 25 miles per hour, but it's a long, straight, clear road which invites speeding. Anything that the applicant might choose to do to mitigate that would be much appreciated. It's also nice to see 3 tracts of the project wetlands with upland buffers to be maintained in their natural state without development. It would be nicer still if the caveat without approval from the official governing entity were removed and these areas deed restricted to conservation. This is probably wish list, but I'm putting it out there. Could retention ponds or some retention ponds be reimagined as rain gardens? I know we're looking at doing that more in our land development regulations, and that would be a good neighbor kind of thing to do. Then Section 3 of the MDA states that Phase 5 would be developed last. This, and Phase 5 is broadly said to be commercial as well as amenities. And as we know, this has proven to be problematic in the past. So would you accept a restriction now to require front-ending the park and other amenities before any Phase 3 or 4 residential approvals? So I know that has to come back with the applicant.
We'll have a chime to ask the applicant as well.
That's what I mean, yeah, so that'll be for that. And a statement that we have a minimum building size of 1,500 square feet. And I understand in the past where that seemed like a really reasonable size, but in an era when we're trying so hard to find attainable, affordable workforce housing, it seems to me it would be lovely if some of this could be reduced to a smaller size, but perhaps that could be addressed in Phase 3 or 4. And yeah, then I guess I'm going to go with the applicant on the Phase 5 commercial and amenities, because that statement's a bit contradictory in the write-up. Thank you.
Any other commissioner have a question for Chief Planner Grove?
I do.
Commissioner Perrine, go ahead, please.
Hopefully I can speak. My biggest concern is that this was thoroughly reviewed after the 2 hurricanes for the stormwater runoff and not before the hurricanes, if it was re-reviewed.
Well, their first application actually came in 2018, so it's been through a number of iterations and reviewed more than once. I'd say at least 3 or 4 various submittals. So.
My concern is that it was done recently again after these past 2 hurricanes.
Okay.
Because of the flooding.
Well, if you're asking about stormwater or flooding issues, I'm not the person to talk to, but we do have our city engineer here.
Great, let's hear about that. I see Chief Engineer's in the back of the room. That's a good question. And we want to surface the cup for cup runoff conservation and the advances in what new stormwater systems are versus old. Chief Engineer Fegley, please help us with that.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As Jeff alluded to, this PUD and design started with actually a different consultant about 5 years ago. So they started with those LDR requirements at that point in time. Since then, it has gone through some revisions with the layout and so forth, but we have reviewed the stormwater management plan. There was a geotechnical evaluation report, okay? Mitigation assessment has been reviewed thoroughly. I did have one of my engineers go through all the basin analysis. There's a pre-development basin analysis, a post-development basin analysis. So this particular person, he evaluated each reach, each node, each coefficient, went through this meticulously. So I can tell you, between our review and the state's review, the state being St. John's, we have reviewed this so that it meets every point, every condition within our land development regulation. And that was done. We don't go back and reevaluate things because there was a Hurricane Ian, there was a Hurricane Irma, there was a Hurricane Nicole. We don't go back and reevaluate that for that storm event. We evaluate it for what our LDR requirements recommend, or require, I should say.
Thank you. Any questions of the chief engineer? Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any reason to think that the topography has in any way been reshaped by the hurricanes Ian and Nicole?
Other than some rills or erosion, I don't think there was any accretion. I don't think there was anything significant that altered the topography or a reason to have another survey done. Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions for the chief engineer? Yes, city manager, you good? Okay. Thank you very much, Kyle. Appreciate that.
All right.
For Mr. Gove, chief planner, similar to the question that the city attorney asked you on the last time, does their application meet all the criteria and considerations that were laid out in the detail?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll now hear from the applicant. Sir, if you'd like to address the commission, now is your time, sir.
Thank you. And I should have a presentation. How do I get to it? I should have a presentation that I'm making sure is up here. I'm not sure how I go about that.
So can we give him some assistance with our machine? And
Was it
where
already loaded? So it was preloaded before I got here.
Okay.
Okay, give me just a
It
second.
was provided last Friday. Or I can just pop in my USB drive.
Just give him a second.
Not my expertise, but I'll give it a try.
Alrighty, again, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, attorney for the applicant and the landowner. And I really appreciate the extent that Jeff went into a lot of these details. As he said, we've been working on this since 2018. And this is probably takes the cake for the most submittals and resubmittals I've ever seen for a project, but that's a good thing. That can be a good thing. So just to touch on the property again, we're talking about phases 1 and 2. It's 210 acres. It's 319 lots for a platted subdivision. And as Jeff indicated, and as I'm going to quickly walk through, it's that we're here for this platting. We're here for the subdivision process, and that has a very black and white application when it comes to applying the land development code and applying the requirements of Florida statute for creation of the plat. Again, there's a lot of things we can do to be good neighbors too, but I just want to keep in mind, as I hear some of the residents and as some of these questions come up, that there's some things that as unfair as it may seem, is that we've got 2018 through today that we're trying to solve and answer everybody's questions, and some of it's getting up to speed as neighbors come in. I think I even heard one that came in after the fact and is now trying to understand the project a little better, which is fair. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just keeping it in context for what we're here to do. As indicated, the Subdivision plat is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's activity center. It has a very high density and intensity, and that's an easy one to check off. The subdivision plat's consistent with the Shell Point Colony PD. Obviously, staff went into detail as part of their presentation and their staff report as to all the specific requirements, and we do have the engineering team available. We have the traffic engineer, we have the landscape architect, we have, trying to remember all the other experts we have, but everybody's here to talk about the specifics if there's something that may be a cause for concern about one of the regulatory items that we may not be able to meet. A quick highlight too is that, once upon a time, talking about lot size, that these are actually larger lots than required by the PD. And I know, as I heard from Commissioner Martin, that there's an emphasis for workforce housing, and obviously that's something we can look into for phase 3 and 4, but at the same token, I have to preface that with I'm kind of squeezed into the PD as where my lane is, so I've got to make it work in that regard. The next item that you would look to is Florida statute. And again, that's the surveyor is going back and forth, city surveyor signing off on this. It meets all the technical requirements for a plat. So again, there's 22 paragraphs of requirements, and that was something extensively discussed at planning board, and I'm not going to go through every requirement now. Same thing with the land development code. Again, talking, I let the experts really handle this and talk when it comes to these specifics. But again, we had 5 years of review when it comes to the technical requirements for the plat, also the construction plan related items, and how we can meet the city's code. And we heard from the city engineer about the stormwater, and we'll also add to that too to give some assurance to the neighbors that this is above and beyond when it comes to design. So. We can appreciate that, and I know the citizens are obviously receptive and sensitive to that question because of the hurricanes. So the next and again, that's really it. It's a walking through and checking the boxes when it comes to the plat. Obviously, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and I think the mayor was you were very on point and correct in how the process works. And the only thing that I wanted to add is that when you're talking about the burden shifting, and when you're talking about a quasi-judicial process, the burden shifting of the applicant is to show they complied. And then once they've showed they complied, it's the competent substantial evidence standard. And it's a little tricky in a plat situation because a plat is very administrative. It's ministerial. It's did you meet the requirements of the code? And I just want to keep that in mind when you're asking that question and when you're applying the what aspects of this project may or may not meet those requirements. That's what we're here to decide. The next point too is that, and I only say this because you have a developer who's put a substantial amount of money into this project, and that those 5 years of reviews were not cheap, and that making sure that these folks can playing by the rules and playing what the rules were laid out for them. That's what they came to do, and to be receptive, obviously, and be good neighbors, but at the same time, playing by the rules that they're given and making sure that the plat complies with the governmental regulations. I don't have it here. Oh, maybe it's the next one. Well, just to give you a sense of what we're talking about, and I'll get to it, but the administrative process applications alone were $100,000 for this project. So, and that's the price of development, and I understand that, and but there's an expectation on the other side that making sure that the rules as stated are the ones that you follow, or the ones that, especially for the residents, making sure that they're protected too, that you do what you were told to do. And again, the developer is also here. This is a sale date that's contingent upon this approval, and that. Again, we know we don't want to be in this situation, but again, we're trying to get past making sure that following the rules gets us to where everybody at the end of the day wants to be, which is the developer has a project that's good for the city, the residents are maybe not everybody can't solve every problem, but at least we can try to help and be good neighbors and solve as many problems as we can. We'll keep moving. So again, just to highlight, just a little advantages to the city that maybe some of the residents weren't aware that obviously our utilities are underground. This infrastructure is paid solely by the developer. The donation of the Williamson right-of-way, that as contingent in the PD is for Phase 3. There's a proportional share contribution. We had an extensive TIA analysis for this project that has county approval. And again, the city consultant was involved extensively in that regard too. And you can imagine FDOT to some extent too with the work that's going on at Pioneer Trail. And then the other side of this is stormwater. We actually have a 55% after development drop if you're looking at the 100-year flood at the 72 hours. And I have the engineers here to back me up, so. And the same is true of the 25-year flood for 24 hours. It's a 45% drop in the post and the precondition. So it's a substantial change. And that's part of what what they want to do. There's no import of fill. It's all on site. There's even maybe an opportunity to export fill that potentially for the FDOT right-of-way projects that are happening out there, which again, you're not packing in more dirt to bring the land up. So that's something that I think they wanted to make sure the residents knew, because that's not something that's in the staff report or anything. We designed around the wetland preservation, as you guys heard, that it's literally 2 acres of almost a 500-acre site. Which is great in my opinion. And in conclusion, we have a staff recommendation of approval. It meets all permitting requirements. We have a planning recommendation and also for approval. Again, all the evidence as submitted shows that we've done all of what was required of us. There's some points that I think I just want to turn to that, maybe to address the commission and maybe to address some of the residents is specifically, maybe I'll speak to the residents real quick, that the Monaco Boulevard connection actually can't occur until the Phase 1 improvements are done. So that's specifically outlined in the PD. And you also cannot have construction traffic that way. That's under all phases of the PD. So these questions, in some respects, were contemplated at the front end of this process in 2012 or 2012. And I can understand, again, if you moved here 3 years ago, that's not something you'd have intimate knowledge about. I mentioned the flooding. I'm going to probably defer to the traffic folks and the engineers regarding the speed issue and potentially how we can mitigate that. The rain gardens would be a very tough ask in Phase 1 because we are very concerned about stormwater, but that is something we're happy to look at for the additional phases as we're designing them, because that's where we're at in the process. And then let me make sure I touched on everything. We talked amongst ourselves in that the requirement for the amenity center, we are okay with adding it to the 3rd phase, which as long as it's conditioned upon the COs for the houses, so nobody can move in or anything, we can construct it as part of the development for that phase, which I think accomplishes the goal.
After he's done with his testimony, if you don't mind, Commissioner Martin can ask a question when he's done.
And then the deed restriction and the conservation, obviously our plat has a specific note, and we would have to come back here and replat it and be in front of you guys again if we wanted to change that for the natural preservation area. But I do want to defer to the landscape architects and on our team, because there's some nuance to the certification process for what we're using those wetlands for a certification, and I don't know if that restriction as a deed restriction may interfere with that. So I'm going to defer to them on that point, and if it's possible to get there, we're happy to. I just don't want it to get in front of our process that, for certification purposes, that would make it very difficult to achieve that. So with that, I think I've touched all bases here. If you don't mind, I would like to at least call the traffic consultant and the engineer of record just to give their any questions or comments, and they can add to this, and then at least opens it up for any commission questions.
We'll do that. We'll get your entire presentation, and then we'll go back and re-examine with questions. So ask your expert to come forward, identify themselves by name and address, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Katie Deering. I'm a professional engineer with LTG. It's a transportation planning and engineering firm. Specifically want to talk about the question on the speeding. So there are actually some design elements in place to help discourage that. The posted speed limit is lower than any other residential. That's probably as low as you can go for a posted speed limit in a residential. Also design speeds at 30 miles per hour, so the road is structurally designed to only handle that high, those speeds. Enforcement, obviously, that's going to be something that's really going to be helpful. There's also the way that the houses are on the street, of how the residential system is set up, that it's going to make the road feel narrower. It's not going to feel like an air or a racetrack or like a strip. So that's going to help also. Let's see. And then on the southern portion of the site plan, we have some other things that are kind of discouraging that, with turns and curves in the roadway and things like that, just to help people, they're not going to feel comfortable going at those high speeds in that area. So, yeah, good.
Yeah, and then if, Michelle, if you don't mind.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name's Michelle Wydick. I'm with Zeb Cohn and Associates at 300 Interchange Boulevard, and I've been a professional engineer for a decade and a half now, so just wanted to give you guys a little bit of that. Some of the things that were mentioned, or one of the things I just wanted to point out, is that our site plan that we have now, we actually have less lots than what we're permitted to have. We actually have larger lot sizes than we're permitted to have. We have more tree preservation than we're permitted to have, and we also have more open space than we're permitted to have. So we can go through all those numbers if you guys are curious. I actually went through and have those, but in light of it being a long evening, I'm not going to unless you guys want me to. What other questions?
Maybe specific to the stormwater.
Oh, on the stormwater. Compensating storage, we have 410,000 cubic yards of, or cubic feet of storage, and that meets the city requirements of 150% on site. So we do have compensating storage on site.
Is that your entire testimony?
For now.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Oh.
Anything,
Mayor, I
any
apologize.
closing remarks, council?
I do have one more I wanted to just touch on, which is that certification for the deed restriction for the wetlands, just to give you some context.
Jake Stair, landscape architect, Zev Cohn & Associates, 300 Interchange Boulevard. I want to bring up 2 points. Sorry, the first one with traffic is street trees are a requirement of the development agreement, so that is also a traffic calming device that you'll see throughout the development. And the other one pertaining to the wetlands is our client has pioneered with the National Wildlife Foundation a conservation and habitat preservation program that they do on all their developments. And so when we talk about deed restrictions and those kind of things, they really want to be able to make sure that they can still monitor and maintain the wetlands and the other habitats that they're creating on site to a sufficient standard. So things like implementing bat boxes, monarch butterfly gardens, they've really worked to pioneer this in all their developments across the country. So that's one of the things we'd have to really look at for that.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
And Mayor, with that, I would just like to reserve some time to respond to
Absolutely, of
comments.
course, you'll have that opportunity. Any questions for any of the expert witnesses or the applicant from the commission? Commissioner Martin.
Okay, it's not clear to me. Right now, the conservation, it's painfully aware to me always. Owner today, seller tomorrow. So the fact that this wonderful developer, I mean, that sounds great, but it could be sold tomorrow. And so when we have a caveat that says that this is going to be conservation, unless, or that they will not develop or construct without approval from the official governing entity. Buyer today, seller tomorrow, this commission changes. In no way is that protected, because we don't have either. We just have no way of guaranteeing it unless we handle it in the deed. I appreciate the work on the skinny streets. And I just want to clarify, skinny streets are great, so applaud you. And may I just, as I understand what you were saying about not getting COs on residents in phase 3. I just want to make sure that that's clarified to me, that the COs wouldn't be put out prior to the amenities, the basic amenities being completed.
Correct.
That statement, I would think, would be a very nice compromise.
And I appreciate that. And that is the representation we're making tonight. And maybe just to touch very quickly in response, the control element is the heartburn on the certification process. But the client is okay with, if we're doing this post-plat, that if it's an easement instrument restricting the use to the benefit of the city, then that may be a way we can accomplish the same goal without relinquishing the ownership, but you guys still have the stick in terms of the enforcement mechanism to keep it the way it is, which is natural, which is conservation, in addition to the platting of restriction that we would have if worst case scenario, let's say there's a buyer that comes after us, or the HOA decides that they want to do something with it, they would have to come back to this board for a replat. And then in addition to the release of the easement, if that's something that would accomplish your goal.
I do not pretend to have the legal expertise to know how to make sure that that land, which is, you're offering up so beautifully,
right,
maintains its current state without development or construction.
Right.
Any other member of the commission wish to ask the applicant a question or any of their expert witnesses?
I'm going to reserve till after public.
Absolutely, you'll have public participation coming soon. You'll have an opportunity to close after that, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right. We'd now like to hear from members of the public wishing to comment in favor of or in opposition to the Shell Point PUD Phases 1, 2 final construction documents. Opportunity for 3 minutes, and this is your view, not a question and answer session. Name and address when you come forward, please, for the record.
Good evening. My
sir.
name is Hans Hubeek, 3328 East Lacanda in Promenade Park. I wonder why a developer would like to build a road close to 900 feet that's a dead end with no homes. It's called Leonardo. It doesn't go nowhere, but it's another pavement instead of a drainage. I have no clue as a layman, why would you build a road that has no purpose whatsoever? Unless you have the idea of curving Belido onto Leonardo and helping the people in Verona not getting so much traffic. That's an alternative that I would like to suggest. Melido, let it curve to the east. It hits this dead-end road, and then it will relieve the other two connections in Verona. Just a suggestion. I tried to ask that at the Planning and Zoning Commission. It didn't go nowhere. This is the last step, so maybe you can make a condition to that. Yeah. Another one is the silt fence. Who, on behalf of the city, controls that the silt fences will stay intact? Is it the building inspection? Is it the code enforcement? Because history tells that silt fences, when they put up and they start building the buildings, the silt fence goes because things are thrown around, they are not interested to rebuild it, and then the purpose is gone. I wonder who, on behalf of the city, controls that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Appreciate that. Tony.
Hello again, Tony Oddie, 3530 Grand Tuscany Way in Venetian Bay. I hope everybody's aware on the commission that after all these years, the Venetian Bay Homeowners Association is still controlled by the developer. And we are approaching the turning point that in lot sales where the HOA could then be controlled by the residents. So at the meetings I've been to, there's a lot of wariness expressed about that possibly being pushed back. So what I'm asking, can the commission assure the Venetian Bay residents that Shell Point will not be part of the Venetian Bay HOA?
I don't believe we're going to answer any questions, Tony. That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head.
I'd sure appreciate it if it was addressed during the discussion part. Thank you very much.
Loud and clear.
Hello again, Mike Boma, 3307 Modena Way. Spoke a little bit earlier and just wanted to reiterate some of these concerns. So we're hearing a lot from the attorneys that basically you have no option but to approve. I would argue that your entire position here is to look at the overall package and say, does this make sense for the city and the residents of the city? Sure, they've met the requirements in meetings that they've had closed doors with the city planners and stuff like that. But literally through planning and zoning, the Planning and Zoning Commission asked city staff simple questions about, okay, well, what about this? What about that? Literally, the city staff couldn't answer those questions as to why they even recommended approval. Planning and Zoning kind of still felt they were in an lurch, so they had to approve and pass to you guys. Please do not feel that you have to approve this if you still have questions. I mean, I understand that the owners and the new buyers have put a lot of money and time in this, but that's part of being a developer and part of being a business. I mean, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but that shouldn't matter to you or the residents how much they have invested. That's not our problem. Our problem, your problem, is to make sure that this is done the right way. I'm not against Shell Point. I know it's coming. I just want to make sure that Shell Point isn't the next Venetian Bay. And right now, Ms. Martin, your comments about owner today, seller tomorrow, I mean, that is right on the mark. And unfortunately, we've got right now an MDAs and PUDs that have no specifics. And if we're not careful, or you're not careful and you approve this with all those vagaries, we will have an amenity center in the future. Unless you nail down what is an amenity center, it will be X number of square feet with these and these amenities, then it's left to somebody else in the future to decide what's an amenity center, and all of a sudden an amenity center is a 10 by 10 room with a conference table. That's not the legacy that y'all want to leave for your future replacements. I mean, that's the excuse that many of the commissioners have used prior to why we have all the problems in Venetian Bay. Is, well, these were the sins of the father. Don't make those same things. If you're going to vote for approval, at least put conditions on that approval that the vagaries of the MDA will be eliminated, clarified, and that the connections to the existing Venetian Bay wait until it's mutually beneficial for both neighborhoods, i.e. when Williamson is put in. And sure, they don't have control of that, but let them put some skin in the game in getting that approved. Otherwise, we're going to have 700 homes going down, the traffic from 700 homes coming down two small residential streets that were never designed to handle that. We asked at the Planning and Zoning, hey, has there been a traffic study? Yes, we have one. Well, where is it? No one's been able to produce that and show what that impact is going to be for those existing small neighborhood roads when you add 700 more homes of traffic down them.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name's Paula Rossetter. I live at 3331 Tesoro Circle in Promenade Park. I know this development's going to be done. It's been talked about for years, but my main concern is the rains that we just had this past week. It's a huge sod farm in back of me, directly in back of me. It's starting to pool already. Birds are flying in, they're nesting and everything else. You drive down Pioneer and you look at the sod farm where Shell Point's going to be developed. It's all pooling. There's tons of water there. Lake Leonardo out in front of my street, it runs perpendicular to my street. We call it Lake Leonardo, it's the street. But the rains that came last week, the water is not dissipating as quickly as it should. We had torrential rains last week, and this is just the beginning. These are normal Florida storms. I'm concerned, I know everybody said that we're going to have compensating ponds, this, that, and the other thing. They're going to be building the land up, from what I understand, the initial discussions, 2 feet. If they build up that land 2 feet, the water's going to have to go somewhere. And it's going to be supposedly compensated, we have drainage, but I really need somebody to really look at what's going to happen when we get all these rains that are constant. Just in one weekend, to see the amount of water that came down and has no place else to go right now. And this is not a hurricane, this is normal Florida rains. And the suggestion to hook in Leonardo to Melito is a very, very bad suggestion, because it's going to create traffic that doesn't need to have any more traffic in the area. So just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Appreciate your comments.
Hi, my name's Nikki Watson, 3338 Tesoro Circle. I live on the corner of Oleata and Tesoro. When we had the flood, we just bought our home, and we were told, oh, it's never going to flood. Well, I had 33 inches of water at my driveway. So everybody that sped by any way they wanted to flooded us. We have stayed home 7 months this year, fixing our mess. With all the rain we had last weekend, they talked about Lake Leonardo. We had little Lake Tesoro in our front of our house. I worry with the new neighborhood, we are just we're on the road, and there's a street, and another row of houses, then a lake. And then it's going to be the new neighborhood. So when we have all this going on in this new neighborhood and water starts coming from the storms, that lake that is now at brim is going to come back into my house. We drove down Pioneer today, the sod farm, quote, I lived here 40 years ago. That sod farm was nothing but water back then, and it's never changed. If you walk into it like we did today, I was up to my ankles in water, about 8 inches in. It is just nothing, it doesn't ever dry out. I'm concerned with all the extra traffic coming down to Soro, which it's already doing from the apartments and other areas in our neighborhood. They're racing at 9:30 at night. I called the police the other night because we had 2 trucks that decided, and our roads are very narrow, that they were going to have little drag races across the front. Well, what's going to happen when you start opening this up to all these other people? Because Tesoro, yes, it's one long road. So they just start going back and forth. And I'm worried with all the new people coming that none of this has been into consideration. Like they said, 700 houses. When you get cars on Pioneer Trail, you can barely go 20 miles an hour anymore. And all the sides of the roads, I drove down there today on purpose, are still up to brim from this weekend's rain. So what happens if we had a hurricane or something? We're going to all be flooded because no water's gone anywhere. It's level with Pioneer, and all the lakes, quote, the retention ponds in, Promenade Park, Venetian Bay and all that, they're all at level. I mean, they're way, way up. So if we have more rain, which they're predicting next week, there's going to be more problems again. And I'm not being rude, but our insurance companies would not pay anything. Everything we've had to do has been out of pocket with no help from anywhere. So that needs to be taken into consideration, everything that everybody's going through to get back to normal. And we have a lot of elderly people in our neighborhood that just can't do it. So there's a lot of things that need to be thought about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Appreciate that.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Todd Seeger. I live at 3388 Leonardo. You've just now started to hear what, we deal with and what we've been dealing with, and it's scary to us. I know that we've actually taken the time to go out and work on the drainage systems. We've been trying to work with the city, as the mayor knows. We also have been trying to work with the county to get these drainage systems back to where they need to be. Guys, this is from a rainstorm just the other day. I'm going to step forward just so you can see this. Okay? That's 1.5 feet deep. Okay? Just so you know how serious this is to us. And I know we've just heard from an engineer that said that he looked at that area. They looked at that plot. They did not go outbound. We've got drainage systems that this rainwater from Venetian Bay goes off into that were hand dug in the 1800s. We need to look at the infrastructure of the entire area, the whole drainage system that goes off into Spruce Creek. Because what you're going to do is put a whole lot of pressure onto a system that can't already handle a common rainstorm. Guys, this was just a rainstorm last week. 1.5 feet in the street. You're going to build up that area at the end of our street by 2 feet is talking points. I don't know what they're going to do, but you better put stipulations on what they build. I don't mind if you build homes, okay? The area's going to get built up, but take the time to do the infrastructure. That's all we're asking, okay? Think this through before you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Are there any other participants that would like to step forward? Seeing none, public participation is now closed. Mr. Gove, have you got any closing remarks from your city staff?
No, unless there's any questions.
I have some questions.
All right, Commissioner McGurk, and point of order, do we expire in 3 minutes?
We do. Motion will be needed made to continue in 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gove, I see the front yard setbacks are 17.5 to 22.5 feet.
Right.
Okay. I understand there's nothing I can do about it now. I just want to make the point. Front yard setbacks and accommodating the parking, these are so, I've seen them as low as 10. So I'm happy to see at least some of these are better than what I've seen in the past. My concern has always been, and it's turned into, the properties cannot hold the amount of cars that each home has. And the parking gets kicked out into the street, except the street is not designed to accommodate parking. So ironically, in the discussion about speeding, we talked, I guess the experts talked about, the engineers said that the streets are narrow so you don't feel comfortable speeding. Wide open streets create speeding. So this is continuing a problem that I've seen in the long term. And unfortunately, I was proved right with all the new development out west. So I'm certainly concerned that we continue a bad pattern. I have a question. This has been out there for about 5 years, and it may have been a different project, but the design is basically identical. We had discussions of speed tables put in because people were worried about the new roads coming in for speeding. We know that enforcement's not going to do anything. I mean, that's our problem now. So I'm seeing a lot of the same problems. I understand that they're meeting the criteria, but I keep seeing the same problem. It's not your fault. But what are the street widths that we're dealing with in this project? Are you able to tell me offhand?
I don't know if I have that specific detail in.
Well, it's safe to say that the street's not going to be able to accommodate any overflow parking.
Right.
Okay.
Parking's actually prohibited on the street.
So we're constantly getting inundated over the last few years for people asking for speed bumps in front of their house, speed tables and all this stuff. I personally would, if there's concern about speeding, I would like to see some speed tables put in. It's not expensive. The people will buy the house. They're going to come into the area. They're going to see their speed tables. But I just feel like we're exacerbating this. We're continuing down the same path we have been. So I certainly would like to see some speed tables added to some of these streets to slow the cars down. The HOA, I'm not sure I understood. This is more for city attorney. City attorney, I'm not sure I understood whether or not they talked about slowing down something, almost the sale of the homes, But I think, I would guess what they want is they want the citizens to be able to have control of their HOA.
Correct. There's a second minor amendment that I don't know if Jeff has reviewed and approved it yet, but it specifically addresses that there is no requirement for Shell Point to join the Venetian Bay HOA.
Okay, so.
There's no requirement for Shell Point Colony Master Association or associations to merge into the Venetian Bay HOA, and there is no requirement to provide voting rights to residents of Shell Point Colony.
Okay, so if I understood, what they didn't want is for Shell Point to come in and dilute what they're already getting ground on.
Correct.
And as you read the MDA, there is no requirement or nothing spoken to, that is going to come, that Shell Point will come in and dilute what what they already have. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, and now on point of order, we're looking for a motion to extend, and if we don't get a motion, we will be adjourned.
Motion to extend.
Second.
Second, and this, for clarity, is, what do we get, Vice Mayor? We get 30 minutes?
15 minutes.
It's 15. You do two motions for
We get 15 minutes? Okay,
Two motions for 15.
Got
And
it.
then it gets dicey.
Very good. Okay, we have a motion to extend for 15. Is there a second?
Second.
Acting City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Perine,
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hartman,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Cleveland.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk, I think you have more questions?
No, I'm done, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Martin?
One point about the setbacks. They were basically mirrored the Venetian Bay PUD and used the same standards. But if you're concerned about not having enough driveway length, the 17.5 feet is for living and porches. And then specific to the garages, so the parking area in front of the garage,